Hello everyone, and welcome to a spectacular, superb, great Friday night stream. I'm your host here tonight, TheNando, and I'm joined by none other, Demon Boy himself. Introduce yourself, Zirzon the Great.
Hello, hello. I am Zirzon, a small-time game streamer who loves just doing full game playthroughs, but that's not what we're doing today.
No games.
We're talking about the anime instead.
Let's go. Today we two are, as they say, anime man. Not a reference to anything, but yeah, let me just say hello to Kratos over there on YouTube, and of course Vexel, the first one here who comes from Go, a fellow VTuber on Twitch, and Nicole. Welcome, welcome, and by the way, just to promote Zirzon's content, Nicole is a big Hollow Knight fan, and Zirzon
go.
Zirzon is a Hollow Knight gamer.
Yeah, huge release not too long ago was Silksong, and right before that, I did like the really hard Hollow Knight challenges of like the Pantheon 5, like the post game stuff. I did a bunch of boss no hit stuff. Yeah, it's great. Love Hollow Knight.
Yeah, and yeah, by the way, people in chat, we were tuning in everything before the stream, but let us know if there's any audio issues or anything. Things should be fine, but always better to ask. And yeah, and we already have spoilers on the stream because we're not doing a slow reveal. We will talk about each anime one at a time, but all our animes are here on the table. And no overlaps, which was a big surprise for me.
Yes, indeed. I was a bit concerned, that we'd run into a bunch of the same ones, but there was only one that had the potential to, I think.
Yeah, you did message me. I need to add that disclaimer. Zirzon was like, "Are you going to add ReZero? I feel like you're going to add ReZero." I mean, the thumbnail of the stream is ReZero. So it would be very bad if ReZero wasn't on. But yeah, Zirzon just asked, "Will ReZero be on?" And I'm like, "Yep." And Zirzon,
it was hard enough to narrow it down. Like, I had to take that freebie, like Nando can tank it.
Yeah. I also played Silksong and Hollow Knight, but a healthy one. I didn't finish the Pantheons.
No. Yeah, I love those games. Yeah, some of my favorite games were Hollow Knight and Silksong, and then like the Souls games, which me and Nando have bonded over Dark Souls before and played collabed on that before.
Yeah, that's basically the origin story of this stream. Every time we streamed on Dark Souls, we wanted to yap, but we were both gamers, like hardcore gamers. Yes, Zirzon even plays Shadow Labyrinth, a hardcore game.
Oh god, no.
We are hard, and we kept saying every single time, "Oh, we need to do a just chatting stream. Oh, we got a yap. Oh, we got a..." And I proposed a yap stream. Zirzon came up with the idea of doing one of these trendy 3x3 grids. Look at us, following the trends. Peak VTubers.
Yeah, so trendy. I watched this on like Trash Taste like 3 years ago or something. They did these 3x3s. It's like, I need to do that someday. We're very, very hip.
And I think, looking at the stream, it's very funny because our model side by side, it looks like I'm standing on top of a box, and you're like with your knees on the ground, like trying to.
I'm just like peeking over the edge.
Yeah, you're on your knees, and I'm on top of a box, like I can reach the desk.
Very goofy.
Yeah. But yeah, before we hop on, I am just doing the introductory. Naruto, you both have nice taste. Yes, and an important thing here is that this is not our favorite anime. That's an important thing to disclaim here.
Yeah, disclaimer. It's influential anime, not our top favorites, 100%. So
yeah, I mean, I don't want to spoil, but I think yes, Sword Art Online is definitely one of your favorite anime, right?
It's one of the anime of all time. That is indeed true.
Yeah. In my list, I tried to keep that in mind, and for example, if it was just favorites, Vinland Saga would be there, but I do have quite a huge overlap. Oh, I just remember I should have added Fairy Tail. Fairy Tail, I completely forgot. Fairy Tail was very influential, but not like I don't think it's one of the best. But in terms of influence,
that would have been your Sword Art, yeah.
Yeah, I should have switched the final one, Honsuki no Gekokujo, A Sentence of a Bookworm, with Fairy Tail. I just remembered.
No, you can't replace that.
No, it's
allowed.
No, it's I committed to this list. To be fair, from what I know of Nando 3's, yeah, all my most influentials are very close to my favorites. Maybe I should have included Fate Stay Night because it was influential, because it taught me the concept of suffering and hatred and hating an anime. But yeah, do you want to keep yapping or go for the first ones? What you prefer?
We could probably jump into it because we keep, touching on them here and there.
Yeah. And who
good to
starts?
hop in.
Me or you? Me or you? Who starts?
I could start. I think
Okay.
I have a decent.
Okay, pick one and introduce it to the viewers. Go ahead.
Okay, so I will just start, top left there with Full Metal Alchemist, 2003 version.
Oh.
So actually, even though I am incredibly into anime now and kind of adjacent spaces, like the VTuber sphere, got incredibly into that. I actually didn't really watch anime before. Oh my gosh, it's like 9 years ago now. Okay, that's longer than I thought, but it was back when I started university. That's when I actually like got into anime and fell into that and just got very, very into it. And it just started out, it was a show that popped up available on Netflix. And yes, I watched Full Metal Alchemist 2003 as my first anime, essentially, like excluding some like childhood shows that I didn't think of as anime at the time, but like intentionally went into it. Full Metal Alchemist 2003, it was a strong start. But let's see, I guess I should probably say general plot stuff.
And by the way, it is funny because I did watch Brotherhood. I haven't watched the 2003, so you're already starting with one that I haven't watched.
Oh no. But yeah, the general plot, I'm trying to think. So the world this is set in is kind of it almost have like a steampunk, like dark fantasy vibe.
Yeah.
But yeah, the main characters get involved with alchemy, and the brother they're two brothers, and the brother in the background that is like the suit of armor, his body basically got sacrificed and he got turned into like possessing that armor, and it kind of tries to go through the other brother, so it's Alphonse Elric and Edward Elric. They're trying to like get back his body and just make their way in the world. And there's a lot of like these are they considered demons, or is it just like 7 deadly sin?
Yeah,
Bad
aren't
guys.
they homunculus or something? I don't remember.
That's it. Yes,
yeah,
it's
homunculus.
homunculi.
Homunculi, exactly. That's the plural.
It's been so long since I watched this. But the big reason I put 2003 on here is because it was the first one I watched. But so to be fair, I don't remember a ton of the details. I really should try to do a rewatch. But there are some reasons I preferred it over Brotherhood. Brotherhood is like a remake they made quite a few years later. When did that release?
And I find it funny because I did say, okay, let's go over like some details of the anime. When we are trying to describe Full Metal Alchemist, it's like such a huge staple. It's like, okay, how am I going to teach people how to count to 10? You have the first number, 1, then comes the number after 2. Like, yeah, but I appreciate it. But yeah, it feels weird because when you're describing something niche, you're used to explaining it. When it's something like Full Metal Alchemist, you're like, wait, everyone knows this. How do I describe this?
And yeah, specifically like Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood, I would say the like action animation was definitely stronger. Let's see. So actually it was like 2009 was when Brotherhood released, so it wasn't that much later. It was decently later, but that's the one that a lot of people have watched was Brotherhood.
Yeah, me as well.
And in fact, it was like the #1 highest rated anime on like my anime list in those sites for ages and ages. So it is like very widely known, very widely acclaimed. But the one thing I preferred actually about Full Metal Alchemist 2003 is I felt it had a generally like darker tone. Like they're dealing with like alchemy and like blood magic that's affecting humans in like horrific ways. So that's actually something I kind of preferred about the 2003. I think it went a little lighter on the comedy and a bit heavier on the darker tone, even though the plot went like anime original and got weird towards the latter part.
Yeah, I think when you say something like that, I see a big influential anime that none of us got, which is Hunter x Hunter. And I think once animes get a reboot, like the trends are exactly the same. Almost most people think Hunter x Hunter, the recent one, is better, but the darkness, there's something about how they colored scenes, how they presented, something about the sound design. The older an anime is, usually the better they are at portraying dark scenes.
And yeah, true. The color palette and just the lighting in the scenes was indeed like a bit grayer, a bit darker.
Yeah, it feels
and
like...
then, yeah, just how they delivered the humor.
Yeah, it feels like modern things are more like, I'm going to call it like Hollywood dark. It's like dark, but for a general audience. Well, older dark anime really felt like they sold the darkness.
So yeah, like Full Metal Alchemist, it's the thing that got me into anime to begin with. And yeah, that dark tone, like that really got it across to me. It's like, oh, this is not your children's cartoon. This is deep and really pretty gritty at times. And yeah, it was an excellent show to start out on.
Yeah, and who, I need to ask you as well, who is your favorite character in Full Metal Alchemist?
Ooh, that is hard.
Hard questions. I mean, this is today we have an intense yap. It's not just I'm throwing you the hard questions.
Not me pulling up the character list to like, look through and like really engage this. I mean, it might have been that's the thing. Like a lot of what I liked about this was the character interactions are great.
Oh,
so
yeah.
it's more that I really liked the Roy Mustang and like Riza Hawkeye duo. It's like it's more them like bouncing off each other. Like the ensemble is just really solid.
There's two great. You talk about character interactions. There's a little kid and a dog. They have a really wholesome interaction.
yeah,
really nice dynamic. Do you remember them?
Very cutesy moment. Yeah.
Yeah.
I love dogs. Yeah.
Yeah. It's like they mesh together really well. Don't ever mention that to Nebula. Okay.
Oh gosh, yeah. That was That's another thing. I think it's been what like over. It's been almost a decade since I watched these, so my details might be wrong in my head. But I think Full Metal Alchemist 2003 for the early stuff did take some of those parts like a bit slower. Like I think it might have played out across a couple episodes.
Yeah, I think I've heard the same.
So like that felt because I was exposed to that in 2003. That's one of the few parts that I think was covered on both.
Yeah.
Because like it is a bit odd. Like Brotherhood, I think, kind of just starts a little bit later. Like
yeah, and it goes really fast to the early parts,
stuff.
from what I know. Yeah.
Yeah.
My favorite character, by the way, I remember it clearly. It was Greed. Both Greed, but I'm talking about the 2009 version, Brotherhood.
Yeah.
I really liked Greed, both the original Greed and then once he gets the interaction with the other character whose name I'm missing, but I really like both of them together. Oh, there's also the Michael Jackson character. I really liked him. This is Brotherhood as well. What's the name of the Michael Jackson? Michael Jackson Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood.
You're gonna have to give me
Ghibli,
more than
exactly,
that.
Creditot Ghibli. I really liked Ghibli. Ghibli.
It's not even popping up.
It's Ghibli.
Kimblee.
Yeah, Ghibli. But that's, I think, more Brotherhood.
Oh, that one. Okay, yeah, with the very angular face.
Yeah, and hee about to moonwalk as he alchemies you. Yeah, but even like the magic system and everything, the vibes of Full Metal Alchemist, it's like it's not for example, in Hunter x Hunter you have all of those complex designs. There's not a lot of rules to alchemy. It's not like super complex, but it just works well, and it feels like it's one of those shows where you feel immersed into the world, and it feels like there's a lot more. Like, you watch the show and you feel like there's more going on in the world than what you saw. It feels very alive and complete.
Yeah.
And by the way, okay, you've talked about this was a big influence because it was your first anime. Any other reason why it was influential?
I will say, like, technically, my actual first anime was probably Pokemon.
Yeah,
I did watch a bunch of Pokemon as a kid, and then like the Ghibli movies. But the first one I intentionally like watched, like, oh, this is an anime. Yeah, it was Full Metal, and yeah, that's most of how it impacted me. Is just that it got me started and really got me hooked. Like, I always have really liked both fantasy worlds and like sci-fi as well, and like the darker, like, the show itself wasn't, its overwhelming tone isn't like depressing.
No, yeah.
Or like, it's not that level of like dark, gritty, like hyper violent, but it does have those dark undertones, and I mean, they aren't even undertones. Like, you have some really messed up episodes, but like, you still have that bit of humor and that hope like going throughout it. So I do really like series that have that like dark backing, but it's not like all in your face overwhelming.
It's like there is darkness to the world, but the story is not pessimistic or like misery or things like that. In some ways, even the darkness of the world feels like a contrast. You have your bright overtones that shine brighter because of the world being more, because darkness is a reality, then light shines brighter. Look at me all poetic.
Yeah.
But yeah, want to move on? Want to add anything, or can I move on to my first one?
I think that's good. We've covered a good amount.
Okay. So my first anime, I'm also going to start with top left, and like, it's exactly the same story as Zirzon just shared in terms of, I watched some anime as a kid because I'm Portuguese. Like, watching Dragon Ball is part of your citizenship test. You get expelled from Portugal if you don't watch Dragon Ball. But I didn't know what an anime was. I know what people screaming and fighting were and saying, I know that, but I didn't know I was watching an anime. And I watched Dragon Ball, Pokemon, Beyblade, Digimon, a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
But the first time, I remember it was in a Portuguese national television, not national, but it was in SIC Radical. The first time I saw, and it's like, okay, there's a show coming, and they say that the description, they told me, okay, this is like Dragon Ball, but better. Like, this is like, you watch that, this is like even better, go watch it. And like, everyone was watching Naruto. When I watched the first episodes, I was already like, oh, this is so cool, this is the best thing I've seen in my life. And just to touch upon a bit on the narrative as well, Naruto is basically a show about ninjas in kind of a fantasy world. Ninjas have special powers, they can launch fireballs, control, like, make clones, they have jutsus, but it's basically magic, and it's a really... Ninjas are the center, but it's basically a fantasy show, not... It has its darker moments, but I would say it's much...
Believe it,
that they are much more upbeat and motivational than Full Metal Alchemist. It does turn darker as the series goes on, but yeah, Naruto is basically about a group of kids who are ninjas and are learning the reality of the world and a lot of social dynamics as they grow up. They learn the mysteries of the world and yada yada. And for me, it was amazing because it was the first show where I went to school, everyone was talking about the latest episode, that's so cool, and I was walking in the playground and I heard people shouting, Rasengan! Getsugatensho! That's from Bleach, Getsugatensho. But Rasengan and things like that. Shidori! Raiki! It was so cool, it was... And I do agree that I do think, even now, it is a really good show. I think Naruto is really good. I'm very fond, and I think, yeah, it was the gateway. After Naruto, it was Bleach, One Piece, Death Note, also at the time. But
yeah, Naruto is definitely one that I like heard about and knew about, just because it was so widespread. I think it just played on like the Cartoon Network type channels late at night, and so like. An exposure for me as a kid, like I knew kids that were into Naruto, even if I wasn't myself, though I did watch a little bit of it when I had the chance.
Yeah, and like there's so many cool scenes. I remember Rock Lee versus Gar. It's one of those shows I feel like maybe it's not that good. I pop back onto YouTube, I see a Linkin Park IMV Rock Lee versus Gara, and I'm like, oh, they are fire! No, this is actually that good.
So good.
And the early episodes, you talk about that old style of drawing that feels a little bit more dark. Naruto, for example, in one of the first arcs, the Zabuza arc, did have that, like the dark moments with the colors getting a little bit more faded and really selling out the vibe. And okay, this is back to the village, everything is bright sunshine and good colors, but okay, you're in the midst of an assassin, all colors fade out, everything turns misty. Like, Naruto did know how to do it serious moments and things like that.
Yeah, it is, to be fair, like, they are, like, ninjas, like, they're attacking each other with pointed, like, deadly weapons with lethal force, like, it's good that there's a bit of, you know, dark moments to keep it a bit serious.
Yeah, but even like I remember one of the lessons in this is first 4 episodes. It's like, a ninja that breaks the rules is scum, but if you abandon your friends, you're even worse than scum. So you should break the rules even if it is to help your friends. And that's one of the like first 4 episodes. And yeah, I feel like Naruto, and let me just say hello to Van, because I forgot, and to Zirzon. To Lori.
Hello!
Hello, Zirzon, how you doing today?
I'm pretty good. Long time no see. You know, how's it going?
Yeah, going great. Oh yeah, the Naruto, like, in the long run, does have a recurring fault, which is everyone talks about the talk no jutsu. It is, no matter how much of a villain you are, if you have a talk with Naruto, you'll be automatically redeemed. You don't have to do any actions or anything, you just talk to Naruto, a sound starts playing like, oh, and suddenly you're a good guy. Yeah, I don't think it's like a narrative masterpiece, and any anime you can poke holes at it. But in terms of moments, I remember like, okay, one of my favorite parts is the conflict between, sorry, I'm nerding out, Zirzon, between Itachi and Deidara, because they have a conflict in terms of what art is, even Deidara and Sasori, like, should art be ephemeral and great, or something eternal to last and everything? And that view of Deidara looking at Itachi, and Itachi's like outlined by the sun and like portrayed like a perfect piece of art, even though he doesn't even try to. He's already like, there's so many moments, small moments, a lot of small narratives, like even Kisame, the shark guy. I know people who really enjoy this there. I think there's a lot of huge range of characters, and some people say, oh, that's just a throwaway character, but other people's really resonate with that specific throwaway character. I think it is really, it has its flaws like everything, but I think for me, Naruto, I rated it 10 out of 10, and I die on that hill.
It's funny, I think Naruto, because it is, you know, ninjas throwing weapons, as a child, I think my parents weren't a fan of the violence in it, so I think that's part of why I didn't end up watching it there. But I specifically remember being over at like my grandparents' house or something, like staying there overnight, and I'd turn on the TV in the room and watched like 10 episodes of Naruto that they were doing on marathon or something. Ooh, very.
Yeah.
And I do remember like really liking what was it? It was like when they fought, like there was Gara,
Yeah.
like the sand guy. I think it was whatever initial tournament.
Yeah, Gara
doing
versus
with
Rock
him.
Lee. There's one of the
I
best
remember
fights.
that was pretty sick.
Yeah, then Gara also fights Sasuke and then Naruto himself. Yeah, Gara is a lot of people's favorites. For me, when Naruto started on a beetle, I scared saw the violence instead.
Oh gosh. And what is there? There's also parts where Naruto turns into a woman.
Oh yeah, the sexy jutsu.
Yeah, sexy jutsu. That's
it. with the music and everything.
So yeah, my exposure to Naruto was pretty minimal, but I liked the parts I saw, like especially that tournament arc was like really cool.
Yeah, no, Naruto
Big
is
fans.
yeah, and or Laurie said not a fan of filler. Yeah, I think like Bleach and Naruto were also the gateways of a lot of people into the horrors of what filler is. One Piece.
That is a
Sorry, go
that
ahead.
is a great thing now. I feel like over the years, like the last 10 years or so, there's very minimal filler now. They just adapt what's there. At least in most of the things I'm watching, it feels like they're throwing less in there.
Yeah, I do have to say, because I said Naruto and Bleach specifically, I left out One Piece, because one of the best arcs of One Piece is a filler arc. And I will die on that hill as well. One of the...
Now, I did think you'd have One Piece on here, and I wanted to mention I hadn't seen almost any One Piece except for like the One Piece Red movie with my friends until about like 2 months ago when I started reading the manga. And now I am up to, I think, the start of Thriller Bark. So I read a lot in 2 months.
Nice. Yeah, you read quite a bit. I'm up to date with the manga, so I won't say where I am because that's spoilers. But yeah, in terms of... I didn't put it here because it wasn't one of the... It was... If this was 18 animes, One Piece would fit in. And I think it's one of the best animes when it comes to world building, creating a great world, interconnected narratives. I think One Piece is one of the best animes out there in a lot of things. One Piece, I think, probably is even better than Naruto, but Naruto was definitely more influential towards me. And yes, the filler arc of Condoriano, of Nabaron G8, that filler arc is so good. It's insane to me that a filler arc can have so much quality.
But yeah, like the bits I was reading, like it's a fun series. Like
yeah.
The part I didn't love was it's pretty absurd some of the times people just come out of it all, like unharmed, all right, but
Yeah.
it's got the happy-go-lucky vibes. It's fine. I just had to adjust my expectations.
It's a very shonen. And we talk about dark modes, it does get a lot of heavy dark modes, but the general vibes is easy. And I mean, Luffy is the driving force of the story, and Luffy is a very easygoing character, very relaxed, very chill. But okay, I have no idea. I don't know if you're ready to move on to the next one.
Sure.
Because I have no idea.
If that's all you wanted to say about Naruto.
Let me think. But okay, I will add a little bit more. Because I talked about the narrative, the influence on me, of course, my gateway into anime, but also like in terms of I like to immerse myself into worlds. And I have like fan edits, like photoshops of me with a Sharingan as a kid. Yeah, I have all of. I remember everyone trying to learn how to do the hand sign jutsus. I think it was the first time I saw a world and I was like, like me and my friends discussing hypotheses of battles. Yes, the video. I have a video that I should have prepared to share. I don't have it prepared. I made in 8th grade, so I was quite young. I made a fan-made video, like a fan animation made by myself, which is how I thought Naruto would end. That's how committed.
And he predicted it all those years ahead. It was spot on.
I predicted like 1 or 2 elements correctly. it was surprising. But no, it was the series that really captivated me. I'm very fond of it, and yeah, even when I started learning how to draw, I have a whole notebook full of Naruto character drawings. I have so much fan art. It was definitely the series that consumed me the most for the longest. So very influential, I would say. And hello, Mi-chan, welcome. Sorry, go ahead.
It's funny, you mentioned making like a fan video thing. Some of my earliest like school memories were like when we were doing, you had to like write a tiny little story or something when you had barely learned how to write.
Yeah.
I think I wrote fan fiction of Kirby. Like I had watched Kirby Right Back at Ya. I believe that's also an anime technically, but I would write like Kirby saving the day stories in like grade school. So I guess that's my first series that I
the teacher assigned me a lot of homework. The teacher gave me so much homework, but Kirby saved me. Kirby ate all the homework.
I would like draw a little Kirby at the bottom, like it would all just be him getting like some power by swallowing some enemy. It's like, wow, what else can you do with Kirby? That's Kirby for you.
That's so cool. The memories, and yeah, that's why those anime were important and influential. And also, okay, Naruto has another cool feature. We'll move on away from Naruto, and that's like, I want to write a book. One thing that's very important is symbols. For example, Bleach. I like Bleach, but there's like the Shinigami symbol. I remember it's a thing, but I don't remember how it looks. Naruto has like the Konoha symbol, the Uchiha symbol. So when you see a graffiti or like a drawing in a desk or in a bench from Naruto, you recognize that in seconds. The symbols are very easy to draw and very iconic. And I think that's another huge thing. When I'm walking in any city, I can always spot Naruto graffiti. Always. Because of that.
Yeah, I was definitely exposed to a decent amount of Naruto just because it was the popular show, I think, during childhood. So yeah, I definitely knew of it, even if I didn't watch a ton of it myself. And it's also one of those things, when we were younger, like, streaming wasn't a thing.
Yeah.
So you would just throw on whatever episode is on, and you'd maybe see stuff like totally out of order. Like I said, I just randomly watched like the Chunin exams like through just a marathon they had on some random night. And that is like an interesting shift. Like people can probably appreciate the actual like progression and storyline of a lot of stuff a lot more. Whereas back then, there was more filler, more like episodic stuff going on, and recaps and flashbacks. Oh my god, the flashbacks.
Oh.
That's the traumatic thing for me about the little bit of Naruto I saw.
Yeah.
I have a
I remember
hatred for flashback.
Yeah, there was a part I screamed at the episode because the episode like at minute like 16 was showing a flashback from something that happened at minute 2. And I watched this 16 minutes ago. I don't need this flashback. What are you doing? I screamed at my screen.
Sometimes there's like the same flashback multiple times in the same.
That's
actually something.
Anime. Yeah, go ahead.
Did One Piece also do that for the anime? I haven't watched the anime, so I don't know.
Oh, the pacing of One Piece anime, it's like it was well paced for sometimes, but recently it's so bad. Like One
'Cause
Piece
that's
pacing
something when
nowadays. Yeah, go ahead.
that's something when I've been reading One Piece, like I was very happy that it's like, wait, they just respect your time and don't do like any flashbacks unless it's like someone's actual backstory that is like hugely impactful. Like there hasn't been like recap stuff like in the manga because I think it's just my memory of like Naruto and anime at that time that I'm like, oh, they're gonna keep bringing stuff up every 5 seconds about what already happened. So
Oh,
it is
yeah.
definitely a shift.
Yeah, and let me just say good afternoon to Lilip as well. But yeah, One Piece, the flashbacks definitely more in the anime and especially more on the recent episodes. I do not have issues when One Piece does long flashbacks because both the manga and the anime right now are having a lot of long flashbacks, and they're being like the peak One Piece, like the current flashbacks that are happening are some of the best episodes in all of One Piece. Both the manga
and I guess there's the difference between like
yeah.
flashbacks to things you haven't seen that are just the past, and then there's
Yeah.
like the recap flashbacks that are just so frustrating.
Yeah. No, and here it's literally like, okay, this arc is a flashback arc, and it's some of the best stories in One Piece right now are being told to through flashbacks. I never liked Naruto, probably didn't help that I didn't start watching until I was like 22. I think another thing that doesn't help in Naruto nowadays is, as I said, we talked about not having any streamers or things like that. We went into it as a blank state. For example, One Piece, I'm a huge fan, but there's so many people who are so annoying about One Piece. It's like I went to watch the Chainsaw Man movie recently, and I really like the Chainsaw Man, both the manga and the anime. And I was starting to not like the show just because of how the fan base interacts with it. I get so frustrated, and I feel like if you watch Naruto nowadays, so many people like me go crazy over it. So many people are so annoying, and things like that. That it's different than having that first time experience in the early 2000s. Yeah. Okay, but wanna move on? We covered 2 anime in 40 minutes. If we extrapolate, let me run the maths. We are going to be here for
10,000 years.
No, let me extrapolate the maths. I like maths. Okay, 9 times 40. We are going to be here for 6 hours. I can do that.
Okay. Nice. You know, we were also setting up our entire basis for starting to watch anime, so I think presumably one of the longer ones we would want to yap about.
Yeah, but okay. I'm curious about your second anime because maybe I've heard about it, but from the picture there, I mean, I'm assuming you're going to the right one. You can go for whatever one you want.
Yep, that's the plan.
I have no idea what that is from picture alone.
Okay, so the second one on my list, reminder, these are our most impactful series. not necessarily our favorites, our most impactful. Okay. So this is Nisekoi. It's a romance series that was animated by Studio Shaft in 2014, and it was also one of the first anime that I watched, I believe, on Netflix at the time. And it's what got me into like romance series in anime, and I actually do quite like that genre. But what is pictured here is actually the manga version, and that's because the anime was not complete. There were 2 seasons of it, and then it stopped, and it was the first ever series that made me go read the manga. So this was actually my start to reading manga.
Oh, that's a nice angle that I didn't consider, but yeah.
But yes, it was mentioned by someone that it did end up being a harem series, which I will say I did not know going into it. You see that cover picture and there's the guy and then 2 girls. I'm like, oh, it's probably just a love triangle. They'll probably sort it out. They started out and it's like, oh yeah, he's definitely like, it's gonna be one of these two girls. And then they just kept adding another one and another one and another one. It's like, why are you doing this? It's gonna be one of the first two girls. Everyone knows it's gonna be one of the first two girls. So yes, I did not know really of the harem genre at the time, and in general, I try to avoid them. Partially because of, oh my god, they just dragged everything on so much, and it did not. Like, I want the cute, comfy romance moments. The series I actually like in romance are ones that like establish the relationship early. And then, no, this was just, oh, it just exposed me to so many anime tropes of, like, they'll never say what they mean. They always get cut off right before they say something important. It's, oh my god, why communication, people?
Yeah,
please.
communication.
Communication is important. So
yeah, and because that you touched upon a great point, because like there's so many tropes nowadays that we watch. We see a tsundere, we know what a tsundere is. Like we don't need an explanation. And these are things that will build on layers on top of each other. The harem genre, for someone who is a newcomer nowadays and dives into this culture, I can see why so many people are also super turned off of anime. You jump into quote-unquote the wrong anime, that's an anime that's already very for people who are in the culture, and it's like, okay, harem, that can be a shock for people who aren't expecting. Then tsundere, then akudere, and there's all of these tropes, and you're like, what's happening? If you don't have the context that we have right now, it's like, what is this mess?
Another random bullshit trope this one had was basically like amnesia.
Oh, I hate the amnesia one.
So the basic premise of this was the main guy, Raku, in his childhood, he has vague memories of a childhood sweetheart that they like exchanged. Like, what was it? I think he has like a
fax machine
pendant. He has like a locked pendant, whereas this childhood love of his gets the key. And it's like this whole fated lover thing. It's like, oh, that childhood, like, who has the key? Who was it? It gets really bullshit, especially as they start adding more and more people. And it's like, how did he not remember? There were like, he had like 5 childhood friends and they all had a key, but only one was real. And it's like, what? Why does this matter? Just choose the girl you like. Like, come on, dude, stop stringing these people along. It's ridiculous.
But Zirzon, do you want to date the girl you like, or do you want to date the child of prophecy who was foretold?
The prophecy.
The prophecy has foretold that the key will determine your true love. You must respect the prophecy.
So yeah, it's like it's just absurd. It's ridiculous. And also, I predicted who the winner would be, by the way. Like right, like again, like the first 2 are really the only ones in contention. One's the childhood friend, one's the new person that comes into his life and makes him more outgoing. And it's like, from the get-go, I'm like, this person just fits with him. And so it's like, it was so dragged out. And by the end of the manga, I was like, I just want it to be over. Because it was just absurd. Yeah. And they're like slowly striking out, it's not going to be this girl. It's not going to be the... And then it comes down to the last 2. And it's like, oh my god. So anyway... Yeah, that was my introduction to romance series and to just a lot of the less savory side of anime tropes.
You say that they're going out. It's like one of those contests. Sorry, but you're going home. You were voted off, and the characters.
Yeah, I agree over there.
Yeah.
Let's
okay.
See, me, John. Like I did read. We can't study, we never learn, whatever. That one, I feel like they took the thing of Nisekoi and then they're like, you're not gonna get, like the author's like, you're not gonna guess. I'm not gonna give you enough information to know who it's gonna be just because I want people to not know. It's that yeah, I've given up on harems. Not that I ever expected them to be good, but now I just
And it is funny, just on a side note, because I do read a lot of fantasy novels, and one of my favorite fantasy series, one of the main characters, I will not reveal which series it is because of a spoiler, gets married to 3 wives. But that's not an an anime trope. That's more real. And I'm like, if this was anime, this would be so normal. Here, it feels so. It really shows how our minds are attuned to different genres. Because there, okay, I did get used to it, and like it's something normal in some cultures. But yeah, me reading a normal fantasy novel, like equivalent to Lord of the Rings, and having a man with 3 wives, I was a bit like shocked at first, but then it was like, yeah, okay, this is normal, and I still like the show.
Yeah, there's some that can do it a bit more tastefully, but it is something that does push me away from series quite a bit.
Okay.
Let's see. Was there one more thing I wanted to say about this?
Okay. Go ahead.
Was there? I swear there was. I've probably forgotten.
Yeah,
it was. This was the studio that did this was Studio Shaft. So it was a beautiful show.
Oh,
that was a big thing that pulled me into it to begin with.
Oh,
and yeah, they went on to make some other series that I really like that we'll get back to later.
Yeah, because and it's can I go into my one?
Yep.
Because yeah, you just talked about beautiful shows, and I'm gonna talk about probably the #1 most influential for me, maybe Fate Zero. And my first introduction to Fate Zero, there was a website. I'm going to a lot of people will be like, that existed. Have you ever heard of 9gag?
I was probably on it a bit too much as a teenager. Yeah.
Same, yes. And my first introduction
that was like my pre-Reddit like site that I was on.
Exactly. Like there was a time, I know that the fame of the website changed over time. There was a time that literally everyone was on 9gag. And I remember there was a 1-minute video saying like something like, oh, this is the coolest sequence ever. And it was, for people who know, the last sequence of the first episode of Fate Zero, which is the summoning of the heroes. Basically, Fate Zero is a series where different characters, different mages, 7 mages, summon 7 historical figures. And they both, like mage and historical figure, create a pair, and they are fighting over a holy grail. He who wins the holy grail gets a wish granted. This is set in modern times. It would be like I would summon Aristoteles, Zirzon would summon I don't know,
Nikola Tesla,
and then I would be throwing knives at Zirzon while Nikola Tesla will be sending fire, will use his noble phantasm, the Tesla coil, which would zap the... That's basically what Fate Zero is.
And it's also a battle royale.
Yeah.
Before battle royales became such a game like craze.
Yeah, and it's a series that, if you're going into the Fate universe, it's super overwhelming because it's like, there's politics, the church has its own wheels, and these people are ally. It's really, you're throwing into, like, first episode, it's really information overload. It's like you're thrown into a world of politics, intrigue, and everything, and you have no... Oh, Record of Ragnarok, it's not here, it's one of my favorite series right now. I'm following the manga Mitch, and I love Record of Ragnarok. Record of Ragnarok
I'm also reading that. It's very fun.
I love Shumatsu no Valkyrie in Japanese. I love that manga. But yeah, back to Fate. Yeah, I saw that sequence and I was like, let's give this a shot. And I love history. I'm not an expert in history, but I like it as an outsider. And it was so cool for me to see like Alexander the Great being a big badass. The writing is phenomenal. Gen Uroboshi, I think it's the name. Gen Urobuchi. Everything he writes, for me, it's a masterpiece. His writing style was super influential For me, I like the character dynamics, Iskander and Waver, or Kiritsugu is such a good character. I have so much fan art. For me, Fate Zero was really influential, like even in my writing. Nowadays, when I say, for example, I love stories that are dark but have an hopeful tone, I like heroes who suffer a lot. A lot of things that I say that I like in a story, I know that I like them because I saw them in Fate Zero, and it was a series that defined my tastes early on. My book is heavily inspired by Fate Zero. It's such a cool show, and I really like all of the intrigue, the diplomacy, like... Yeah, you are supposed to watch Fate Zero as a prequel. I didn't watch it as a prequel. I watched it standalone. Fate Zero was so good. I didn't have any idea who was going to end. All the characters were really well fleshed out. Like you said, a battle royale free for all, and the animation was the music and everything. I hear soundtracks from the show still nowadays, and I'm like, I'm taken back. Iskander. I'm taken back to those moments.
It's studio ufotable, and yeah, it's great. It's incredible. That was also one of the shows I watched in like my first year of getting into anime, and I just remember being so enraptured by the world and all the... It really is like darker, grittier, and you feel real impact, and which sadly I personally did not feel for the rest of the series, but like even Fate Zero I would recommend to anyone. It's so good.
Yeah, the series has so much variety. My favorite one after Fate Zero is actually Lord Elmeloy. What's the freaking name of that show?
Files.
Lord Elmeloy Grace Files Zeppeli. Okay. The name is...
Oh. I just remembered my favorite other one in the series. I think it's like Dinner with the Emiya Family. It's like the slice of life cooking show set in the Fate universe. Oh, it was so good.
Lord Elmeloy Second Grace Notes Rail Zeppelin Case Files. I really like that one. The Fate, and there's like some Fate stuff. Like I said, Fate Stay Night is the original one is one of my least favorite anime of all time. So, and I think all the notes that make Fate Zero so great, that every character feels fleshed out, every character has its own motivations, every character feels like they're not just created for the story, they have an identity. All of those good things are bad things about Fate Stay Night.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Like if you're just trying to watch it via anime, it doesn't exactly... The Fate Stay Night, Fate Unlimited Blade Works, that stuff doesn't exactly make the most sense flow together narratively.
Because it's... While Fate Zero was written as a light novel, I believe, like a story to be made, the Fate Stay Night was just a visual novel with several routes, choices, and you can't trust... You like heroes who suffer and don't have Berserk on the list. That's the thing. When I say I like cool stuff, dark stuff, but with a hopeful tone and everything, Berserk is too much it's too much depressive. The world, the ambience, I compare Berserk to Vinland Saga. Vinland Saga is Berserk with the balance that I wanted Berserk to have. Vinland Saga is about peace, about hopefulness, while Berserk just feels like it has some upright moments, but it's like, no, you don't deserve happiness, suffer, misery, disgrace. Berserk goes a bit too far for me. It is a masterpiece, but it's not my taste.
Because I believe I read Berserk up to the Eclipse, and that just... It's probably the series that like traumatized me the most. I felt like uncomfortable like in real life for like a week after that. So I dropped it there, and I much prefer the series that have like dark stuff in the background and dark moments I like, but that is too much for me personally.
Yeah, and even it is a topic that really transcends like a lot of topics from Fate Zero. For example, what does it mean to be a hero or someone who tries to save the world, but it's his intention, like good intentions aren't enough, or evil can be born from good intentions. Another topic that I write, like, what is a ruler? How do you command? How do you lead? Is a ruler a person or a symbol? Like the Banquet of Kings, that episode, I think it's episode 10 of the first season, if I remember correctly, where it's just Gilgamesh, King Arthur, or Saber, Artoria, and Alexander the Great. Yeah, discussing the nature of a king. Like, a king needs to be more ambition, a king shouldn't show compassion, a king, like, all that discussion, for me, it was like, this is big, right? Like, some anime I like for the style, for the music. Fate Zero, for me, I like all of those things. The music, there's some moments that are really emotional, like the Pass of Kiritsugu. But the writing itself, I think from a writing standpoint alone, Fate Zero is my favorite anime.
But yeah, the characters had like a bunch of different motivations that like clash, but they make sense with where they're coming from, and none of them is inherently right. It is such a good meld of like everything.
Oh, another that I really enjoyed, another dynamic was the caster who is what's the name? What's the name of the caster who is kind of crazy?
Caster.
Gilles de Ré. Yeah, Gilles de Ré, who is like a character from French folklore, mixed with a real character who's kind of a controversial figure. Yeah, but Gilles de Ré having a character, and they're talking about like worship and God, and they are saying that blasphemy is an act of worship because it is an act of recognition of God, and by blaspheming, they are like, for me, especially, I was growing up, I didn't have all of those ideas still super defined. I was like, this is such a perverted yet cohesive view of things. Like, I don't agree with this, but they have their own internal logic, and it makes sense why they are doing it. For me, it was like, I really liked Fate Zero.
Yeah, it's great when like villains have motivations and mentalities you don't agree with, but you see how they got there a little bit, or you at least understand their
in that case, like, they weren't even villains. Like, evil, their own perspective of evil and good was like, and I was like, yes, give me more. I like this. But yeah, I will add more. I feel like you, Nano versus Zirzon. I think this element is good. This element is kind of Nando. This is the best thing ever. What? I feel like you're having a much more constructed take than me, but I mean, there are some moments that miss in Fate Zero as well. For example, I feel like Lancelot, the Berserker, he was so weak as a concept and as a writing, and it's something that has a lot of build-up, and then the climax, while Iskander has an amazing climax, Berserk had a lot of build-up, and then no meat, no juice at all. Berserk was such a letdown in Fate Zero, so I do know how to acknowledge the faults in things I like. I do believe that the Berserker, I'm not talking about Berserk the manga, I'm talking about the Berserker from Fate Zero was the biggest letdown character, in my opinion.
And in general, yeah, I am pretty like analytical. One thing that was nice since I like started this whole anime journey in university, from the beginning, I like was on my anime list, on Annie list, like ranking, like scoring the anime after I watched them. So I have like a very complete list of like my shows I've watched and like the comparisons to shows around them. And I think it was also like very intentional at the time when I finished a show. Okay, what do I really think about this? Which is something I like doing. I know not everyone likes getting really into the weeds like that.
Yeah, I love this. I know that, and then asking why. Asking why did I love this for Fate Zero, not ReZero, that's coming later, is one of the things that molded my taste. And oh, Krantos is saying a great point. Saber, like the character that is like the main face of Fate. I really don't like Saber as a character. But while in a lot of Fates, Saber is just perfect character, perfect quote unquote waifu, perfect like hero and everything. Even though I don't like her personality, in Fate Zero I think she's an amazing character because she serves as a contrast. She serves for, okay, you have the Gilgamesh and Iskander with a greedy vision of what a king should be, and then you have Saber with the more romance idealized version of what a king should be. You have Kiritsugu with a very dark vision of what a hero is, someone who does everything they can in their power to, like, a very Machiavellical vision of good. Like, as long as the outcome is good, the process doesn't matter. That's Kiritsugu. And then you have Saber, who is much more naive, much more, no, it doesn't matter the end result, you need to do the right thing. You need, like, a lot of my concepts of morality were also shaped from Fate Zero. But yeah, Saber, I don't like a lot her personality, but in the context of Fate Zero, I think she works perfectly as a character.
Yeah, and I think there were several times where it blew up in her face that she had these, that she was sticking by these ideals. It's like, can't you be a bit more flexible? But it was very well done.
Yeah, it was like, it blew up in her face, like, what you consider just to be qualities can also be flaws, like in that kind of sense. Yeah, it was really, really good. And okay, I'm singing high praise to my last enemy, to the what? Do you want to go for your next one, Zirzon?
Yeah. So speaking of like villains with compelling motivations and like really deep, yeah, we're throwing that out the window. We don't need any of that here. We are talking about Sword Art Online.
Let's go!
Oh my goodness. So this was another one of those series that it was like in my first 3 anime I watched or something. Like I'm coming out of the deep drama, like darkness of Full Metal Alchemist, and then I get thrown into this this anime, Sword Art Online. For those that may have not heard of this show, which
yeah, please do tell
I'd be
me,
surprised.
what is the art of the Sword Online?
So it's set in like a video game world. This world has like virtual reality headsets that just warp you into this other world. There's this big game that's popular, Sword Art Online. It's like a, fantasy sword game. But oh no, the big bad decided to trap everyone in the video game. And if you die in game, you die in real life. Oh no.
No, that's just like VTubing. If you perish in
That's
VTubing.
crazy. Yeah. It's pretty scary, We got Nando over here, very, very powerful. I hope he doesn't like bump me too hard, or I might get in. Oh no, I might perish in real life. But yeah, so it's that setup, and the general setup, I'll say, like it's not that deep, but I like these sort of premises that is just like, it's a video game but anime. So I did like the setup. The whole thing is they're supposed to get to floor 100 of this world, of this like dungeon thing, and then the guy will let them go. He will stop holding them hostage. And like that, I had fun with that. And then the main character, he's this edgy anime boy who unlocks this video game is designed kind of really dumb. It's one of those that's written by someone that has maybe never played an actual video game in their life, because he is the only person that unlocks the dual wielding skill. So he's like stupid powerful. He gets like dual blades. Oh my god, he's so cool and edgy, and every single girl he runs into falls in love with him, but they don't talk about it. Except for the main girl, which actually was something I liked, that it did have like a main romance and that they actually start a relationship pretty quick. But for some reason, there's a bunch of other girls in the background that like also follow him and are into him. Why? It wasn't needed. Just every important character they come across happens to be a girl that falls for him. Whatever. So yeah, I hated the background harem stuff. The plot, you're like, oh, this is cool. Like we'll get to go up the floors, see all these cool bosses. They clear like the first boss, and then it like time jumps, and they're like 30 floors in, and it's like, what was the point?
Yeah.
why do you do this?
Yeah, I can add a little bit because I also like, okay, nowadays if you want a series that kind of blends video game mechanics with things like that, like basically the isekai genre, it's not only that, but 80% is, and you can get super saturated. But that wasn't how things were back then, and for me, like, talking about, okay, what's your dream story as a edgy kid growing up? It's like, an anime that, like, you get transported, it doesn't have to be an anime, like, you get transported into a video game and now you're living the video game. That's, like, peak dream life of someone growing up.
It's such a fun power fantasy idea.
Yeah, exactly. And I got my friends like, Sword Art Online is releasing, and I started watching it weekly as it released. I saw the first episode and I was like, oh, what a banger of a premise! This show, it's the next big thing. Second episode, we actually cleared 80 floors already. I'm like, no, where's the journey? I want the journey. And the first, I don't know, I dropped the series after 7 episodes, and I don't drop a lot of series. If I drop a series, usually it's a very bad sign. Because episode number 2, Kirito is walking around, meets random character. Oh, I'm Kirito, I'm OP, I solve your problems. Ah, thank you. Episode number 3, new plotline, new character. Oh no, we have issues. But I'm Kirito, I'm OP, I solve everything. Episode number 4, and I was like, if episode number 6 is the exact same structure, I'm dropping this show. And it started and it's like, hello, we are new female character, we are in trouble, can you please help us? Yes, I am Kirito. Like, no! And I dropped the show on the spot.
He also just solos everything, by the way. You know, this is like a, you know, MMORPG style thing where you normally have parties, and, you know, it would totally make sense to have a healer, a buffer, like a tank, all that. Nah, Kirito can just 1v1 anything he wants because he's badass. Yeah, that makes sense.
And
that's fair and balanced.
I'm intruding into your influential anime, but Sword Art Online was influential to me. Sword Art Online and Fate Stay Night in the same way, because as Fate Zero taught me that I love, for example, I love protagonists that are very active, that when the protagonist is the driving force. What I learned from Sword Art Online and Fate Stay Night is that I hate, like, characters that are, like, bland for the viewer to stand in. They have a name, but yeah, blank slate characters. Where the self-insert character, where they don't make the character have a lot of personality, so that the viewer can relate easier. Because if the character has a lot of personality, it can clash with the viewer, so they make it as bland as possible. I hate that.
Kirito doesn't have much motivation apart from, I like games, I am cool, I will win. Yeah, the end.
Yeah, the motivation is, I need to, there's a plot and I need to advance the plot. That's my identity. I'm a device to, my motivation is plot must go forward. I exist because plot must go forward. I mean, I think, just answering to Michan, I think author insert characters depends on the author. I think author insert characters, but usually when you use those terms, they tend to be very bad characters, yes. But yeah, continue with your Sword Art Online.
Yeah. What was it? Yeah, we were talking about, like, very compelling villains and stuff. Sword Art had none of that. Oh my goodness. Like, maybe the first villain was kind of okay, the one that's actually trapping them there, but so many of the others throughout the series just are these guys that are evil for the sake of being evil, that are just going after the women in, like, not okay ways. It's just such a, like, oh, let's make it, I want a character that you're gonna absolutely hate. let's make them do something horrible to the women. It's like I hate it. I hate it so
Yeah.
much. That's what actually pushed me away from the series hard, because I kind of liked the first arc back when I watched it. It was something that like got me more into anime, but as it progressed, like the second arc in the main series was Elfheim. Like the whole thing is his girlfriend gets like captured by the main villain, and he's just such scum. And like I kept trying to give Sword Art a chance because I liked the premise so much. Like I started Alicization as well. People kept telling me this is when it finally gets good. This is like he learned from, and then it does the same thing with the villains that just it made me so angry, and I just dropped it. And then
Yeah. And,
yeah.
and it is a series, by the way, that like I think that plot is atrocious, but it does a lot of things well in terms of overall production, because a lot of series that I've watched, for example, why did I watch Boku no Hero Academia, which I really like? Because I was going through YouTube, I listened to a song I like, and I'm like, where's this from? Boku no Hero. Okay, I'm going to watch it. Like, it has happened to me like 100 times already. Okay, this is a banger. Where it's from? Ah, Sword Art Online, I will not watch it.
Yeah,
like, the soundtrack
Alicization openings as well are amazing.
Yeah, a lot of bangers in the soundtracks. Voice actors, I mean, my boy Betelgeuse is Kirito. The voice actor is the same voice actor from Betelgeuse, and I love that voice actor. So, yeah, a lot of great production value, a lot of great stuff, a lot of great quality, but I think I'm someone who values writing a lot, and I think the writing in Sword Art Online is not... It's not appealing to me.
Yeah. Though I will say, like, one positive note we've got here. Have you heard of Sword Art Alternative Gun Gale Online?
Never.
Okay. So the one series from Sword Art that I like is Sword Art Alternative Gun Gale. And I found out the reason why I like that is it's by a totally different author. It's just set in the same universe. So it's by the author that wrote Kino's Journey. So they did like a spin-off series with a tall girl in real life that wants to be like a cute small little girl in the game, and it's the Gun Gale one. She's really good at like shooting people. The end. And it's just fun. It's just fun.
Yeah. No, it just goes to show, yeah, sometimes all the ingredients are there, but if you can't relate to the writing or anything, it's just not worth it. And once that changed, then it resonated with you.
Yeah. And then just like a last note on this, like
yes.
Other series that are in a similar vein that I did like at the time. I really liked Log Horizon was one. It was just a bit more serious for like the game mechanics, and just the characters were more likable and adult-ish aged, a little bit older. And then there's one currently ongoing. Oh no, why can I not remember? Oh, Shangri-La Frontier.
Oh, I've heard that name. I don't know anything about it, but I've heard that name.
It's currently airing, and it's another one. It's like, it's a VR game, but they aren't trapped there or anything. It's just the main guy loved playing really crappy, challenging games.
Like,
sort of like Shadow
Labyrinth. Yeah, I was about to mention Shadow Labyrinth.
But like this really jank, he's like a challenge gamer, but then he takes off the weights and he starts playing this really popular fantasy like MMO game that everyone loves, that is like super compelling. And it's like Sword Art if it treated the characters with respect. So that one's fun, and the anime is ongoing. And this really just started my like, it showed me a genre and a setting that I like, and it's kind of junk food, but like I'll follow so many different series with this type of premise. I just don't like actual Sword Art.
Yeah, I get you. But yeah, and I do agree, even if you don't like it, like it was influential for you, but I think it was influential for the medium as a whole, for anime.
Yeah.
I think it is a very important show.
And it got a lot of people into the medium as well. I think is one of
Yeah.
the more common gateway anime out there, along with like Naruto.
Yeah. Okay, and can I move on to my next one?
I suppose we can stop talking about sword art.
Okay, okay. Mirai wa bokura no te no naka. Kaiji! Did you watch this one?
Alas, I have not. I've heard of it, and I've heard good things, but I have not seen it.
I'm not surprised because this one is... I think this is one of the biggest bangers that a lot of people haven't watched. I'm often surprised at how many people haven't watched Kaiji. I mean, it has a very unique art style and some people get put off. But it is so freaking good. It is. And we are talking about anime being influential on ourselves and our tastes. Kaiji is about someone who is like a deadbeat, not a fan from Mori Calliope, no, a deadbeat, like someone who does the job, goes home, gambles some money, does nothing with his life, basically. Just watches the days passes by, and he co-signs a debt with of a friend. The friend runs away, and then people go there to collect the debt. So it wasn't even his fault, and he's like, I have no money to pay this. And that debt was towards a shady institution. So they're like, okay, we have a way for you to pay the debt back if you have no money. Sign these documents and come with us to this boat. And have you heard about Squid Game?
Yes, so I also haven't watched that.
Okay, yeah, Squid Game. Yeah, it was Squid Game before it was cool. Yeah, he goes to the boat and then it's like, okay, here is a game. If you win this game, these are the rules. Your debt will be forgiven. If not, a fate awaits you. That can be even worse than that. And then Kaiji, the main character, he's like a deadbeat and he's like, okay, I need to get serious for the first time in my life. And he gets into a cascade of snowballing events. And he just keeps playing more and more games with higher stakes. And it is really, really good. There's a character, like, presented as the first arch nemesis, Tonegawa. And Tonegawa is the best motivational speaker ever. He's looking at all of those people with the deaths. This is one of the scenes that really stuck to me. And he's like, all of those people, tomorrow I will start doing things. They all say that until one day they are close to dying. And on their last breath they say, there was no tomorrow. And they realize that their life is over before it even started. Like, all of these messages, like, it's like all of these people are doing nothing. And the series is really harsh in criticizing that mentality. Like, do something. Like, become a VTuber, get out there and do cool. And it's really, like, the series has some heavy moments, even in terms of visual, but the most thing is psychology of both characters. A lot of the gambling games are about reading each other, but also psychology of us as members of a society, of how society works. It's a really deep, compelling story. Yeah, and yeah, we live in a society, and there's a lot of these. Another message that I remember, a lot of messages, because they were playing a 1v1 gamble, and one of the characters does a trick. The other character discovers it and counters with another trick, and the one who is losing starts praying, like, "Oh, I hope luck helps me," and the other one was like, from the moment you start praying, from the moment you start attributing your success to chance, like, okay, I'm going to make it as a VTuber if I'm lucky. That luck is the main decider, and the series says, if you think luck is the main decider, you already lost. They are really like, they don't hold back their punches. It's a lot of motivational messages, and they're really like punch in the face. If you think you depend on luck, you've lost. That's basically one of the key messages there. That mentality, it's over. Yeah, if you think your success depends on luck, you've lost. And a lot of those messages, as a growing up Nando, really stuck around. Like the guy saying, "Don't say start tomorrow" and everything. That's a lot of lessons that stayed with me, and that's why I'm always doing a lot of stuff, because Kaiji told me, okay, do stuff before it's too late or you will have regrets. Okay, I will let you into another scene, start of second season, the beer scene, where like he's deprived of a lot of pleasures in life and he gets to open a beer and drink it, and I'm like, this is the best beer drinking scene in anime. Like having a cold one after work and everything, best beer drinking scene in all of anime. But okay,
Nice.
you can't comment a lot on the show itself, but any questions?
So is this series is relatively long, right? Like there's several.
I don't think it's over
Or
yet.
no? Oh my goodness. Is it all the same like series, or does he like get into other trouble later on, like new series? Like, is there a conclusion to that initial arc?
Okay, yeah, the series is still
go on?
ongoing. It started releasing in 1996 and it's still ongoing. Yeah, each season is kind of self-contained. Okay, basically,
Okay, nice.
you know how I told you that he owes money to a corporation? His objective then shifts from I want to finish my debt to I want to defeat the big guy, the big boss of the corporation. I want to take him down. And then each series is like, okay, now it's about this game, and it's an entire... Each arc is basically a game, and some arcs can be self-contained while others are interconnected. The first season is like the Tonegawa arc, and it is really, really good. There's a spin-off series about Tonegawa as well. It's one of the best spin-offs I've ever seen. Yeah, this mangaka, in terms of pacing, is quite peculiar. He has a series about Mahjong, and one of the Mahjong matches is considered the longest, quote-unquote, battle in anime or in manga of all time. Because imagine if you're playing like a card game, and each card that you play is like 10 manga chapters for you to decide each card to play. That's basically how the writing is. And it's like, you're thinking about an ace or a king, for example. So in your mind, you go into hell, and there's an ace and a king battling it, and you have to save a princess, and it starts like a whole arc inside your mind, and the enemy, the opponent appears and everything, and it's 10 chapters of you trying to figure out, and then you save the king, but the king betrays you, so you end up deciding going for the ace, and it's a 10 chapter sequence. Like, I like writing some absurd tales. For example, I wrote one who I hope Almantas will edit soon, which is about a man fighting against a chicken, like a mental battle. Like, super absurd. And Kaiji goes into those absurdities, like, and Zirzon is now thinking of raising or betting, and the decision is like a huge chasm, and the chasm is opening. He can see the fires coming from the depths, and as he tries to take a step forward, he's ready to jump. But then he notices something. In the corner of his eyes, he spots the other side of the cliff. It's not stable. Even if he makes the jump, he will fall. And it's all things like go super dramatic over each small decision.
Yeah, it can be pretty entertaining when stuff gets like absurdist.
Yeah, it is very absurdist. It's I think a lot of absurdist things do this, where it's at the same time ridiculous, but at the same time extremely realistic. Like the conflict that is being portrayed, you can feel like, oh, this is such a hard decision. Another thing that I found very interesting is that the POV almost always shifts towards the character that is going to lose. You almost always are watching in the POV of the one who is going to lose. Because the winner already, like, since I said there's no luck, it's all plans, the winner already knows that he's going to win, in a way. Because only the loser thinks there's still a battle to be had. The winner already won it before the battle started. It is an interesting series. I really, really like it. I've interviewed a fellow author here on the channel, and his book has direct references to Kaiji. I think it is great, and a lot of people are sleeping on how great Kaiji is.
Yeah, I do think one of my friends, I I think he's mentioned Kaiji several times as like one of his favorites. So it's one I really should watch eventually. I've slowed down a lot in recent years with how much I'm consuming, especially anime wise, sadly.
Yeah,
but
and
perhaps one day.
yeah, and while the first one, so recapping, first one was my intro into anime, and second one taught me what I liked about media and everything, Kaiji wasn't as much about media, but more about actual, like, life lessons. That my main takeaway from Kaiji wasn't, like, how to write, no, it was actually... Oh, and another thing, like, some anime are more, quote-unquote, westernized, while others have a lot of Japanese culture. I think Kaiji was also when I first started dipping my toes into hardcore Japanese culture. For example, they have a lot of the onomatopoeias, like the nuru-nuru when something is sliding, or doki doki, the heartbeat.
Ah, yes.
In Kaiji, the narrator is one of the main characters, and the narrator explaining, he's saying, yeah, zawa zawa, which is the onomatopoeia for tension, and instead of just having, it's not a manga, so they don't have the onomatopoeia written, but you have voices saying, zawa, 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 zawa. So voices are actually saying the onomatopoeias, and that's very Japanese. Oh, another good thing Michan just pointed out is that because the stakes are high, but they aren't like, for example, if you're talking about saving the world, of course the character would save the world. But if the stakes are, okay, I'm betting my hand, you can, it's like, okay, he's not going to lose the hand. Or is he? He can actually, like, because the stakes, yeah, the stakes are not ridiculous. I like the emotions on you. The characters can lose even when the stakes are high, because high stakes are not the fate of the world. High stakes are, I mean, you can go blind, for example, or lose your earring, and that's very high, but stakes, but that's something that can happen in the narrative. So you are on the edge of your seat and expecting, will he lose or will he succeed?
Yeah, I do love when series like actually have stakes, things the characters do have impact, positive and negative.
Yeah.
Even if it's like something mundane, like a romance series, like come on, like things have to have consequences and do something.
I'm going to bring one of the shows that I really like, Boku no Hero Academia, because my favorite arc in the entire show is on season 4, the Gentle Criminal arc. Because
that one's excellent.
Yeah, and the stakes are like, oh, the school festival can be cancelled. It's like, it doesn't have the monumental stakes, and it's even though the stakes are lower, it's by far my favorite arc in the entire anime, the Gentle Criminal.
I do have a lot of opinions about My Hero. And I will say that specific arc, I think after that is when I started falling off of it a bit. But I loved that arc. Like, I wanted the show to, like, lean into that side of things. Our characters are high schoolers. Like, they don't need to be dealing with the super villains. Like, just let them do these fun little goofy things every couple arcs and, like, keep it grounded, keep it like their level that can be reasonable. So like I could see an entire different future for the like series from that point if they had leaned into that side instead of the like crazy world-ending power scaling stuff.
Yeah, and I think for the crazy world-ending stuff could be like, okay, that's just season 9 and 10. I would love to have more of this beforehand, and okay, maybe at the end, like the final climax is a world-ending thing, but I don't like how everything feels like world-ending, every single season, every single episode. And Laurie's saying he doesn't like the Loli GF design, but even if you don't like the design, Gentle Criminal and La Brava are peak names. I love the name, La Brava, and he sipping the tea and the wind taking the tea always into the face of La Brava.
And he's got like a code that he follows. It's
yeah,
so good.
That arc I really like.
It's like Sunday morning cartoons like level villain. It's great.
I like that arc.
Or Saturday morning. I think the phrase is Saturday morning. Whatever morning you watch the cartoons on.
Sunday morning. maybe.
Maybe. I don't remember which of the 2 days. It doesn't matter.
Okay, okay.
But yeah, we can talk a bit more about my hero later
Yeah,
when
yeah.
I'm covering my own hero show.
Yeah, and do you wanna hop into your next one?
Sure. So the next show I have here is Girls Last Tour, which is probably one of the ones of all the ones on my list people have heard the least about, apart from maybe the middle one. I'm here, let me pull it up. But yeah, it is set basically after sort of in a post-apocalyptic world, kind of. There's very few people around. There's a lot of like ruins and like weird stuff, and the story just follows these 2 girls slowly driving around in their Kettenkrad. It's like a little like small little like vehicle with like tank treads, and they're just day after day just traveling around trying to find some food and just doing the best with their time. So it's actually like a cute slice of life series set in the post-apocalypse, which is really, really cool. And this may not have been my first slice of life series that just like follows the everyday life of the characters. It may not have been the first, but it's the one that like super sold me on it and is like one of my all-time like favorite shows, because like that like you can also like if you do look at the art for it, like it is very cutesy.
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
very
yeah.
laid back, very, very calm show. You usually don't feel that stressed even when they do get into like stressful situations. It's like it's very chill, very fun, but it does have those like dark undertones of them coming across like what happened here, like what went wrong in the world that led it to this situation. And they will meet like a few other people roaming about. There's a couple others, but there's not many. But it's a very cool like blend between dark and light and fluffy.
Oh, yeah, I haven't watched it yet. I know of it, and a lot of people have told me that I would enjoy it, and it's like it's one of those shows that from an outside perspective, I'm super interested in. I really want to watch it. It's like just haven't got the time to go into it, but I love the when I see any artwork from the anime and everything. I love the atmosphere. It looks so good.
It also like the opening and ending song and scenes are great too. The ending actually, I believe it was drawn by the mangaka, like animated, like
Oh,
I think
nice.
it's all in pencil or something, or like pen, so it's just like black and white, like really sketchy, and it's so cool. I love this series. It's very unfortunately like the anime isn't a full adaptation. Um, I feel like if they had another season or another half season, they could maybe cover it all. But the manga is finished, and yeah, it's just one of my favorites. It's so good.
No, no, no. It definitely feels like a very interesting one. I want to see it. And what the influence that it had on you, was it mainly the fact that it was your first quote unquote first slice of life, or was it something else as well?
I think it's more that like it wasn't the first slice of life, but it's one that showed me like slice of life can still have a deeper like message or like more depth. So it's just what really like it's in my opinion like my favorite slice of life, and kept me like brought that up to one of my like favorite genres of series. The characters also, their interaction, Chito and Yuri, it's great. The one's a bit more like bit more serious, a bit more focused, and the other one's just goofy and constantly like teasing the other one. It's good. It's a very chill but fun show.
No, nice, nice. No, I'm definitely. You got me sold on it. Okay. No,
And yeah, don't expect some big story, because it's slice of life, but like it's still the individual. It's more like episodic fun little They're fun little encounters in the world.
Okay, and I do have one question related to the stream for you. Is that I need to go for like a 2-minute break. Do you need a break or do you want to keep like? Do we both go for a
I
break?
can stay around.
Okay,
or-
you can stay around. I will
Yep.
mute myself and then you can take care of things for me for a bit, okay?
Sounds good.
Okay, let me just ensure that I'm muted on.
Okay. Okay, sounds good. So, chat, how we doing? You know, this short little anime app seems to be doing pretty well thus far. I think I'm having fun. Hopefully, you guys are having a bunch of fun. Got Nando over here, gonna bonk him out of the way real quick. Any other like questions you have about the series that you're interested in that we've talked about already, or like what are some of your favorites that I can maybe comment on? Oh my gosh, there's just so much, man. It's crazy to me that so what? I've been into anime for 10 years. Oh, actually I want to pull up my profile over here. Yeah, so I used to use my anime list. Now I just use AniList after it got hacked however many years ago. Apparently I've watched 476 anime, which equates to 95.8 days of watching anime in the last 10 years. And I really think in the first like 3 years there, that was like 80% of everything I watched. So I have watched, I used to watch stuff seasonally, though I have slowed down a bit, like quite a bit at this point. Now it's just here and there. I'll watch the ones I'm most interested in, like mangas, the rest of the filler. Ah, nice. For your quick top 3, it's Space Brothers. I've heard good things about that. I have not watched it yet. I really should. A Silent Voice. The anime, I really like the visuals, but like the manga's story I think was so much better told because like the movie skipped over stuff. But yeah, the manga was incredible for that. I really enjoyed it. And then Sangatsu no Lion, we'll be getting into that pretty soon because I've got that on there. Sheesh! 1164. That's several. But yeah, I've been rating everyone as I go. I have not been rating every manga, sadly. I do have 543 manga listed here, but I've probably read more, like decently more than that. A lot more than that, because I haven't been as like choosy as anime.
Yeah, I'm
Hello,
back. Yeah,
hello.
and sorry because yeah, if we kept going, I wouldn't. If I didn't have the break, I wouldn't be able to pay attention. And now I can pay
All good.
attention. Yeah, and I'm focused,
totally
back,
fine.
focused, rehydrated, ready for it. I see that you're interacting with chat, asking the top anime, doing my job for me. Thank you, thank you.
And
I
now I'll
salute
just
you.
ignore Crowd and Toast's favorites because we didn't get to it. Too bad. Apologies, Crowd and Toast.
Digimon Kino no Tabi. Tengen to paguraglagan clanad.
Yeah, Kino's Journey. I didn't watch the original, but I really liked the remake. And then let's see, Gurren Lagann, incredible.
Yeah.
Clannad. Oh, I still have to watch Clannad after story. And then I'm not sure I recognize this last one, but
Yeah.
anyway.
Gurren Lagann is so good, yeah. For me, it's the main staple that I see there. But yeah, we were talking about Girls Last Tour. Anything else, or?
Oh yeah, here, look up at my notes.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so the dark / into the world vibes with like comfy characters and like uplifting moments. I think that's just one of my favorite aesthetics, like period. It is just so good. And then I had a similar feeling when I watched the first season of Made in Abyss.
I was just about to mention Made in Abyss. I was like, when he ends his point, I'm going to talk about Made in Abyss.
Because it was a very similar like time as well that these released, and I felt so targeted. This is also like the time I got. Actually, no, VTubers I got into later, But the first VTuber I got really into was watching Nino Mai Inanis,
Ah,
who is
yes.
like the ultimate like chill, comfy art streamer. But then her like design is like eldritch horror. Like it's such a good mix.
Yeah,
So I
the
felt like very
contrast.
targeted.
No, I can definitely see that. And yeah, because Made in Abyss is another one that was a close call to be in my list. It's not a show that I recommend to everyone. Definitely. Some
Yeah.
shows, for example, I don't know, like JoJo, I would recommend to a lot of people or something. Or Violet Evergarden, yes, Violet Evergarden I recommend to everyone. Made in Abyss, definitely not.
And
But it
I
is a
will
great show.
say I have not watched season 2 yet. I watched the
Oh.
movie, but like they've been adding there's elements of it that I have not liked. Just situations they put some of the characters in.
Yeah.
So like I've pulled away from it a bit. I think there was less of that in the first season, so it was like it was so good.
Yeah.
I felt yeah.
I think
It was
this
peak.
season 2 for me it was the best is the best part of the story so far. I really liked season 2. Season 2
Yeah.
for me was peak.
Definitely one I need to catch up to because like it is just such an interesting world. And oh my god, is it Kevin Penkin? The
Oh,
music,
yeah, Kevin.
incredible.
Yeah, and
I
in season 1 you have the na 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 na, and in season 2 you have Gravity, and Gravity I was not expecting anything to surpass the from season 1. I have no idea
I
what
think
but
Hannah's
Gravity
Deve Cartagena or whatever it is.
exactly. I was not expecting to enjoy any song more than that, but Gravity is so good. Gravity is a banger for me, and I think it only plays like once.
It's definitely on my list as a show I need to like watch more of. But yeah, for me the first season like Underground River was my favorite song, and like there's just so much good
Oh,
music.
The First Layer is also a great song. It's funny because the song called The First Layer plays everywhere except during the first layer, I think.
But I just remember like being in university and like one of the soundtrack like I think it was Undertale and then Made in Abyss were like two soundtracks I would put on in the background while I did like classwork and homework because they're like instrumental and really
Yeah.
good.
Like some of the songs are so simple, but they just hit the right notes at the right time. It's so good.
So yeah, it's an incredible like piece of art.
Yeah.
It's just I just don't like when they put characters in like certain compromising situations.
Yeah,
Like,
I get no. There's definitely there are things that I do not enjoy about the show. I'm just going to
Yeah.
phrase it like that as well.
I'm fine with the brutal stuff, but even if it is uncomfortable. But
Yeah,
anyway.
yeah,
digress.
I know what
it
you
is
mean.
Still worthwhile. I
Yeah.
need to get back into it.
Yeah, exactly. And okay, you want to go to my next one?
Yep. Let's go.
Okay, and this one, I think when you saw my list for the first time, you're like, that's the only one I do not recognize, right?
Yep. Certainly, it's nothing super close to your origin or heart or anything.
Yeah,
right?
no,
Like,
no,
it's
no,
not-
nothing that influenced me. Okay, this is a banger, and I say that because, okay, it influenced me a lot, and the show itself is very underrated and really good. This is Hikaru no Go, and it is a show about Go, the board game. And like,
what is Go?
Go is a board. I'm going to switch my scenes and start playing a match, yeet you out of the stream. Go is the oldest board game that is still played today with its original rules. It's a board game that originated over 4,000 years ago in China. And yeah, Hikaru no Go is a Go-based anime. It is from the illustrator who worked in Bakuman and Death Note. And it is a banger. It is one of my favorite sports-based anime. And the plotline is really interesting. You have Hikaru, the main character, Shindo Hikaru, who is cleaning things from the attic of his grandfather and finds a Go board. and the Go board has a bloodstain on it. And when Hikaru touches the bloodstain, he gets possessed by a spirit of a Go player. Yes, this has supernatural elements. Who is one of the best Go players of all time. But he was caught in a fake cheating scandal and was banished from playing Go. So he committed suicide. I mean, it is not said, but it is implicit that he suicided. Algorithms. He unalived himself. Seppuku, yeah. And he, with frustration that he never he never perfected the game of Go. So he comes back, joins Hikaru, but Hikaru knows nothing about Go. He doesn't give a damn. But the spirit is very annoying. Fujiwara no Sai. And he's like, go play Go, go play Go. I will tell you the moves to play. Go play, go play. And at first, Hikaru is just like a puppet. Like, Sai is the master and Hikaru is just the body that allows Sai to interact with the world. But as the story goes, and that's why it's a good intro into Go, because the main character is like most of you guys. He knows nothing about Go. But he sees everyone playing cool moves and the atmosphere and like kids studying the game, and he's like, wow, this is so... I want to know what this is about. And Hikaru himself starts learning the game. He and Sai is like his master, and the rival, there's a rival who is like a prodigy in Go, son of one of the professional players, Toya Akira. And the story really follows the dynamic of Go and Sai, the master and student, and then not Go and Sai, Hikaru and Sai, and then Hikaru and Akira, the two rivals, and their rivalry is really well written. One of my favorite lines is the first time they play, Sai is on the wheel, so Hikaru is really strong, but then Hikaru becomes a player himself, so he's very weak. But Akira is obsessed with playing Sai, not Go. He doesn't know that there's a spirit, but he wants to play that strong version. One of my favorite lines from Hikaru is like, Akira gets so obsessed with Sai, with the spirit, and Hikaru is just like, if you keep chasing after that image, if you keep chasing after a fake me, you keep ignoring me, you're going after that image, and without you realizing, I'm going to overtake you. If you keep going after the illusion, I'm going to crush you. Something like that. And yeah, the story, the characters, a very unique show in terms of sports, anime, and manga, and it's a great gateway into Go. And of course, I play Go. The first Go tournament I went to had the soundtrack from the anime playing in the award ceremony. So while there are some shows, for example, sometimes it's a show about chess, but people who play chess are like, no, that's a horrible show. That's just for quote-unquote the casuals. Hikaru no Go, a lot of people who play Go cherish it a lot, and it's really well written for both a newcomer and someone who is a veteran in Go. And, of course, I've competed in international tournaments, I go to anime conventions to talk about Go, so this anime...
You do?
Yes, I do, and I even, like, next month I have, like, 7 talks planned. I don't know how I'm going to fit all of that into my schedule. So...
Yes,
definitely an anime that influenced me a lot in real life. Like, a lot of things from that anime translated into... And even when I'm down in Go, like losing motivation, I play one music from Hikaru no Go, and it's like, motivation back up. The soundtrack is so good. It's peak early 2000s anime. Really good.
So what Go ghost are you haunted by, or just?
Oh, the other. When I went to the anime convention, I cosplayed as Sai, that spirit, and I was like, I did my talk, and I was like, today I'm the spirit that is going to annoy you all into playing Go. So I'm not haunted. I'm the one who haunts others.
That is great. That is very on brand.
Yeah. After the stream, you'll be like, wait, what's that ghost? And it will be me saying, hey, Zirzon, go play Go. Hey, Zirzon, I want to play. Let's master the game.
That's so good. And these sort of series with you said it was like almost like sports adjacent, but
Yeah.
it's like a board game anime. Like that series like that can be really cool.
Yeah,
Like
I never dived a lot into the sports genre, but there's a lot of really good sports anime, manga, etc.
But these like, you know, non-traditional sports, like board game style stuff. Like there's also Chihara Furu.
Oh, I
I
haven't
don't know if
watched
you've ever
it.
seen
I've
that.
heard it, but I haven't watched it.
Let's see, what was that one? It's is it Karuta? Yeah, it's Karuta.
Karuta, yeah.
It's like where they have to memorize like where these cards are on the ground, and like phrases that are like on the cards get like read out, and they have to try and grab the one that's correct. I think I could be totally wrong there. It's been years since I watched it, but yeah, Chihara Furu, I remember that one being very fun. But these sort of like, yeah, non-traditional sports adjacent like anime are really neat.
Okay, now since you mentioned that, do you know that's about cards, right? That series
Yep.
and that game. Do you know how you say card in Portuguese?
Nope.
Carta. The name
Ah.
Carta comes from Portuguese, so that anime is a Portugal reference.
Yes,
it
the whole
literally
world.
yeah, the name Carta, the name of the game, literally comes from Portuguese. It's the exact origin.
That's funny.
Yeah. Because for us, playing cards is jogar as cartas. So carta is carta, it's card in Portuguese. So it is a Portugal reference. But yeah, Icaro no Go. Even I read a book recently by Brandon Sanderson, Yomi and the Nightmare Painter. Really good book. And the book was inspired by Final Fantasy X and Icaro no Go. So it is weird for me that I'm even reading modern fantasy from a North American author, and that modern fantasy is inspired by Icaro no Go. It is one of those series that probably the most... You said that Girls Last Tour was your more niche one. My most niche one is definitely Icaro no Go, but I think within its niche, it is very influential. Like, people who watched it have high praise of it, just not a lot of people have watched it overall. There was also, I think, a Chinese drama adaptation, like real life adaptation, and people said it was good. But
What?
yeah, people, my drama list, Icaro no Go, 8.8 out of 10. The
Whoa.
rating from 4,000 users. I haven't watched, but people say it's really good.
A good live action adaptation. I can't believe it.
Yes, they say. Wait. Okay. Here it says also known as Petegoleso, and I read it as Petalcus. I was like, what? Yeah, but yeah, I feel like a lot of people sometimes are like, okay, what should be my gateway into Go? I would recommend this show, even if you watch some of my streams from time to time and you're like, I want to understand a little bit of Go, but I don't want to commit hardcore into the game. This would be my #1 entry point. And I think it's even if you watch the series from start to end without understanding anything about Go, I think the series is still good. Even with zero understanding of Go, the narrative is that well written, in my opinion. Because when I watched it, I didn't... I watched it at the start of my Go journey. I didn't watch it as a Go pro. Like, it was... I played like 2 or 3 matches, then watched the Icaro no Go.
Nice. So yeah, it's like it worked both as a casual and as an expert, as you are. You know, that's good.
Yeah, no, definitely recommend. I recommend that one. And I feel like I don't have any more to add on Icaro no Go itself. I think.
Okay, then I suppose I can continue on to my next one. Right smack there in the middle. Well, we will go from your series about Go into one that covers a little bit of shogi, actually.
Oh.
But I will say, not really the primary focus. So the series in the middle of my 3x3 is March Comes In Like a Lion.
Oh yes, I now that I said a name, I've heard. Yeah.
It's a primarily like drama slice of life series that follows a boy like late in high school that has also become a professional shogi player. So he's really not focused on his schooling. I think he just goes because he's required. I think he's like literally entering his final year of high school as the series begins. And yeah, he's let's see, he's distant from most people, including his adoptive family, and he lives like alone in an apartment and just focuses on his professional shogi career and trying to like get better and like self-sustain off of his like winnings from that. And yeah, as I said, he does have an adoptive family. I don't remember the timing of it, but I think his family died in a car crash sometime before this began, and like a friend of his father's, I believe, adopted him. And I'm trying to remember, I think his father and this friend were both into shogi and both may have been professionals as well. So he was like following them
The
there.
footsteps, yeah, the legacy.
Yeah. And then so the story begins, you know, he's very distant, very closed off, just focusing on trying to like make this work. And then a chance encounter leads him to meet a very warm family of 3 sisters who are like very kind and friendly to him, and that he starts to like help out with different things and chat with more. These 3 sisters, one of them is like in her early 20s. The other one, I believe, is a few years younger than him, in like junior high-ish age, middle school area. And then the other one is like very, very young, like 4 or 5 or... Oh, this says 3. Okay. So, and they also don't have their parents present, really. So he'll sometimes go there and like help out moving some stuff. They'll cook for him. And he just forms like a very nice like friendship with these people. So overall, I feel like the actual themes of the show, it's not so much about the shogi.
Yeah.
It doesn't really go in depth with that. It's more about his themes of like depression and finding your way and like healing from that. And it has like incredible animation from, we're going back to Studio Shaft again.
Yeah.
That are amazing at like expressing his inner turmoil. Like he might be sitting at the board, like despondent, like, and then it just shows this black and white scenery of like waves crashing around him, and it's such incredible imagery. And yeah, I would say it was impactful for me just because it really like, again, touching on the themes of like depression and like getting out of that, it really helped me like view the world in a more like positive way, that like you there is a way back from that side of stuff, and that you can it's good to like just talk with people and like try to get close to new people, and that can like help you like break out of your shell, and that things will improve.
Yeah, I think when it comes to those kinds of topics that can be kind of sensitive, for example, mental health aspects and things like that, what I've noticed is that if a series is poorly written, it can even cause more harm than good. But if a series and some series use those like things like depression or ADHD, like almost like throwaway terms, and things are very blandly portrayed, but when those issues are tackled well with a good author and a good structure and everything, it can be such a positive influence on people. For example, it's funny because Brandon Sanderson, the Stormlight Archive, the main character, Kaladin Stormblast, has depression, and a lot of people have assumed that Brandon Sanderson struggled with depression because of how accurate the portrayal is. A lot of people say, I relate to this character, and it helped me, relating to this character helped me with my own depression. And then Brandon Sanderson is like, oh no, I never had depression, I just studied a lot about it and did my diligent job. And I feel like those hard to touch upon topics, when they are well structured out and narrative focus and not just a throwaway term, are amazing.
And like there's also an arc I think that covers bullying really well, and like how that affects people, and like the recovery like from that too, and it's just such a it wasn't a series I went into expecting those like heavier themes, but I thought it covered them really well. And it like I watched it at a time in my life that I think it was very helpful for my like mental state. So yeah, it's if I had to say like my favorite anime, it's like tied amongst several because there's so many different genres and stuff. But like March Comes in Like a Lion is up there, like tied in the number one spot. And yeah, it's just a very solid series. I wish we had more of the anime because it stopped after 2 seasons, and I'm not sure if Studio Shaft does nearly as much anymore. So I don't know that we can expect more of the anime to be adapted. So maybe I'll eventually read more of the manga, but like the visuals were so incredible that that's why I've like put off trying to read any more of it.
Yeah, sometimes even if it's a good anime, it can get shafted. Sorry, because of the name of the Studio Shaft.
It was also 2016, 2017, and I feel like the last 4 years or so, the anime industry has become much better about actually producing, like continuing a series, producing more sequels. But I feel like that era, like there was a lot of times you got like 1 or 2 seasons or something, and then it stopped.
Yeah, there was definitely the era where there were no sequels. There was I think the 2010s, and as you said, 2017 is still a part of that. It's the era where there were a lot of great first seasons. I mean, everyone talks about, for example, No Game No Life. There's a lot of series that people were fond of, but never had a continuation. Let me just...
Chihara Furu was one of those, but it did get a season 3 actually. Like they went back. It's been nice recently. They've been going back to some earlier ones.
Yeah.
Like my earliest example is actually I'm surprised. Maybe I should have thought about putting this on my list, but Spice and Wolf.
Ah, yes, now that it's returned.
That was my classic season 3 never example, and it was also I guess it kind of overlaps with the Nisekoi thing that it's like it was one of my earliest romance series that I watched. Even though that's like a side thing, I don't know.
Yeah.
Either way, I'm like super happy that they went back and remade that. I need to watch more of that remake.
Yeah, and let me just... Protocol Primo talking about Sun Mine. Yeah, a lot of games... that's not a game, there's an anime. I think me and Zirzon could easily have made this a 3x3 list about games as well. About influential games in terms... Of course, it can be in terms of gameplay, but also in terms of narrative, in terms of... Sometimes it's not the direct message. For example, Dark Souls is a story in a way about motivation and about not giving up. That's kind of...
Don't go hollow.
Don't go hollow. It's not the direct narrative, but the meta-narrative of Dark Souls is a very motivational story. It's the main... Like, I've talked about this. This is a side note because of the mentioning a game. The main theme of Dark Souls is that the game never says game over or you lost, because the only way you can lose in Dark Souls is by giving up. Dying or setbacks are part of the process. The only way you can lose in Dark Souls is giving up. That's the main message. And yeah, a lot of games have either directly or indirectly a lot of great narratives or meta-narratives. Sorry about the side note. Yeah, but the one... It's funny because Sangatsu, some of the ones you've mentioned, I know a lot about. Sangatsu no Lion, I've heard about it, I knew nothing about it, and I'm sold already.
I really should rewatch it because I don't think I've watched it since shortly, like when the seasons were coming out, I think. So I'd be interested to see how it impacts me now when I'm in like my current more positive mindset. But yeah, it was very, very good. Very much enjoy it. And I would say it's actually the most niche one of the one I've mentioned. Probably a little more like this and Girls Last Tour, I would say, are the ones most people haven't heard about.
Nice. And it's funny because the narrative ties into... The personal narrative ties into my next one. And my next one is also very niche. Want to add anything about your... or... Can I?
We're good to go.
We're good to go. Yeah, I'm talking about the very, very niche show as well. I don't know if people have heard about ReZero. Maybe they have, maybe they haven't. Have you heard about ReZero, Zirzon?
Perhaps, you know, it's because I was very into anime, so yes, I also happened to stumble across this one.
Yeah, a very niche. Okay, my first impression of ReZero, when ReZero first released, I saw everyone discussing Ram, Emilia, Best Girl, and I'm not a fan of that type of discussions. I was getting a bit oversaturated with the isekai genre, and I was like, this is probably... I still had the scar of Sword Art Online. I was like, this is probably like Sword Art Online. I'm not going to watch this. This seems complete garbage. That was my first impression of ReZero. As we said, I like when people talk about, for example, depression, serious issues in a complete manner, but I saw online posts and everyone was like, oh, Subaru suffers so much, and I was like, oh, it's one of those cheap shows where they like glorify suffering in a very gratuitous way, where things don't have consequence. Then there's a waifu battle. I bet Subaru is like the super edge. I was like, what a trashy show. Not watch. And I didn't watch ReZero. When did ReZero first... I didn't watch it on release. When did it first release?
It was 2016, which was also like the same time as Konosuba. I think it was airing.
Yes. I also didn't
period.
watch Konosuba on release. Yeah, 2016, you're right. Yeah, but I was like, yeah, this show is just garbage. But, okay, I've talked about soundtracks. I was listening to openings, and I had the opening of ReZero playing, and I was like, okay, this kind of slaps. One of my best friends recommended this, and we were not in 2016, this was 2019. If you don't know, during 2019 there was a world scale event where a lot of people had their... Okay, it was 2020 mostly for me, where a lot of people had their lifestyles change a little bit. Have you heard about that incident?
No, I was in the virtual realm. I knew that.
Yeah, there was
Yes,
a small
changed.
a small thing in 2020, and I was living alone, and I was living alone for 10 months, stuck with doing my PhD. Well, at least I had time to work on my book as well, but I was living alone and everything, and I decided to, okay, I'm going to give this, I heard the opening, this ReZero show a chance. And boy, it went from I hate this to okay, this is one of my favorite shows of all time. Maybe I would consider it possibly top 1.
It starts off like at a sprint too. It just hits you immediately, man.
And like one thing I talk about quite openly is that when I'm watching movies or even reading books, I'm the kind of person that when I'm reading a book, I cry during emotional scenes. When it was... What was the specific... There was... there's a lot of episodes in ReZero where I cried. I have no shame in saying that. I think the first one, and I think that is a banger. Like, ReZero has so many good moments. The moment where Subaru breaks down for the first time and has the Amelia lap pillow reward for the first time. And he's like, oh, I'm trying so hard. And I'm like... trying to manage my PhD, trying so hard in a lot of fronts, feeling like I'm not succeeding at anything, trying my best.
Just wants an anime girl to give him a lap.
Yes. And
Please, where's mine?
And I see Subaru just breaking down from the pressure, from trying to from carrying all the burdens by himself, and like. My main favorite thing about fantasy is that somehow, like, if I read a story about an engineer who is studying a PhD or anything, I won't relate to that, but somehow fantasy, by taking us away from our world, sometimes can make stories so relatable. And, of course, not being tortured or having my entrails spilled over the floor, that's not that relatable, but I feel like a lot of Subaru's... Yeah, a lot of Subaru's inner struggles and identities and everything. I was like, damn, this hits a note. This really shakes me to the core. And I don't remember which... I think it was probably the episode which ends with the Requiem of... the episode that has the ending of Puck freezing.
Yeah.
When I finished that episode,
that was like cinema. That was incredible.
yeah, I was just crying for. I couldn't start the next episode. I wanted to, but I was just crying for like 15 minutes straight. You know that feeling?
Cinema.
Absolute cinema. You know that feeling when like you feel your chest heavy, like you feel like a void.
Yeah.
I felt that a lot, but in a good way. That can be really bad. I felt like a void, like it really hit me hard. It was.
That's another thing with ReZero. There were several times, like they were willing to cut out the opening or the ending if it had more impact, like the normal OPED sequence. And that was one that it just cuts to like that moment, and it just sticks there, and you just it just sits with you. And it was so good.
Yeah, no, I think some people, I know people who watched season 2 and didn't enjoy it, and I'm like, how is that? Or I know people who
They're wrong.
I know people who didn't like season 3 as well, and I'm like, what? For me, I read both the light novel and the anime. I love every single instance. For me, it's my probably I can risk placing ReZero as my number 1.
I meant it. Yeah, it's one of those like tied for the top 1 slot for me too. I would have put it on here if I wasn't certain you were going to, but yes, it's fantastic.
Yeah, even
also, like you were talking about moments that like you could relate to or impacted you. I remember seeing a bunch of people complaining about the like White Knight episode, whatever, where Subaru's getting really frustrated about like, I've done so much for you. And he's just melting down, like, I've done so much, how is this not paying off? Why don't you like love me and stuff like that? And I actually like really liked that sequence because it showed like more of his actual, how invested he was. Like it made sense. He's dying all these times. Like the other characters don't know what he's been through.
Yeah.
But it's like, it makes sense that he would be so attached and so broken up over this.
Yeah.
And I thought that was actually like an excellent spot that like made me almost tear up a bit.
Yeah. And it's like,
there were several.
He's never presented as a paragon of virtue, or what he's doing is because he's right. He has that breakdown, and that's another thing I like about ReZero. When characters are stupid, when they do bad things, and they are stupid, like that was quote-unquote a stupid moment from Subaru, but I feel like from an inner perspective, it's completely justified. It's basically like, who hasn't had that frustration? It couldn't be towards someone else, but like you're working for years in a project or something, and it feels like you have no acknowledgement. And because
it's like the world isn't always just like you aren't always rewarded for your actions directly.
And in his case, there's because of how his power works and everything, there's a huge gap between what he lives, what his experiences are, and what is the actual reality. There's a huge gap there, but he is not like, he doesn't have he is living all of those things, and I think the flaws are very fair and assertive. And one of the moments that cemented ReZero as a masterpiece as well is that a lot of characters in the isekai genre, they're like, okay, my life was flawed, now I'm an isekai in another world, and all of my problems were because of the world. Because I've changed worlds, now life is great. And Subaru, it feels like his problems follow him, and like he needs to grow in the new world as well to have a good life in a new world. And what really cements that is the Equidna first trial, where Subaru needs to face his past and meet his father and his mother, and like the sequence of like, I was failing in that world, like the world was him accepting that, okay, maybe I did have an amazing life and I was the one who was failing. I was the one, like my parents loved me, I had so many good opportunities, and the reason why I quote-unquote hated my previous life was because of me, not because of the world. And I think that just really, that's like a slap in the face for the other isekai, where it's like, I'm perfect, all the blames lie in the world. That was the opposite. That was kind of like, yeah, my previous world was kind of great. I was the one who was an ass, and that for me, just that moment alone cemented ReZero has such a great masterpiece.
And yeah, that's just another thing with like isekai as a whole. So many isekai, once they do the initial moving over from the other world, they get this OP ability. Like, it's pretty rare that their original world or like themselves from the original world actually ends up mattering or like having an impact. I think the good ones do try to bring in like actual impact like from their original world or like their knowledge from that and pulling it over. That's been some of my favorite isekai out there. But yeah, the majority, especially at that time, I feel it's more just like a fantasy world series with a like self-insert guy from another world that it doesn't matter he's from there.
Yeah.
It's just a setting thing.
Yeah, it's
So
just
it was
a way
really
to make
nice
writing.
to see ReZero
Yeah, it's
go
a
in
way
depth.
to make writing easier. Because for me as an author,
Yeah.
sometimes I want to explain to my viewers, oh, these guys are, for example, they are like a computer something, but I can't use those terms in my books. And if you have a character that comes from our world, fantasy gets a lot easier to write. But in ReZero, no, the fact that Subaru comes from another world and everything, it's a core aspect of everything. That show would never work as not an isekai. It is but yeah, and even, okay, another thing I need to talk about, of course, there's my best boy Betelgeuse. I really like Betelgeuse. But even outside of Betelgeuse, like, one of the cool things about ReZero is that you're talking to different people and they're like, oh, my favorite character is Rem, my favorite character is Ram. And I feel like, for example, the one moment that I really like, for example, in Rem's past, is that Rem is someone who is shackled by the weight of guilt. And what is her great sin? We get revealed later on that her great sin was that she was happy when her sister suffered. So she didn't do anything. She didn't speak anything. It was just, she's feeling guilt for what she thought. And she never had any resolution, because how can I have resolution about what I thought back then? And I feel like that was such a unique theme, and that's why Rem is best girl.
Amelia.
But the thing is, that's one plot point, one thing that was, I think it is very well written, but that was just like a small flashback sequence, and it's not in your face. And I feel like even the side characters and everything have a lot of depth, and it's just like one or two moments, they tell a really compelling story, some story that can be really relatable, and they don't dwell on it, but there's so much depth to every single character. And that's one of the reasons, because if you hyper fixate on any character alone, I think you can find quite a lot of depth within ReZero. They are coherent.
Yeah, the characters, like, they have very differing personalities and motivations, and it's so good. It's also, like, one of the reasons I like the series so much. I think it does an incredible job at like dialogue, just like dialogue writing back and forth, like talking. It's one of the best series out there for that, in my opinion. It's just so good.
No, I agree that even like both serious dialogue or goofy dialogue, some of Emilia and Subaru's, I recently read in the light novel the part where it's kind of like Subaru's confession, the first confession, and they're kind of like shouting at each other, oh, how can you be so jealous, so self-centered, you're confessing now, but I do love you, Emilia, and they're just like bickering with each other, and I like that. This feels so authentic in a way.
Yeah, authentic's a good word, because that is something with series as a whole that it frustrates me when series don't feel like the setting can be absurd, but like if the writing and the characters don't make sense, if they aren't like realistic for their setting, like it's so much harder for me to get invested. And I think a lot of this is like very believable.
Yeah, exactly. Even the absurd things, the insanity and everything does feel grounded and believable. And I think it is a superb show. And yes, one day I need to do another. We can save another stream for just a 4-hour yap on ReZero alone. I feel like
it's so good, and yeah.
We prep a list of. I'm not even joking. One day we're going to go over every single character or every single arc of ReZero and do just a stream, like a 6-hour stream.
I'll have to rewatch, yeah.
Oh, my friends, they are sometimes scared when it comes for me to ReZero, because the other day we were discussing the identity of Emilia's father and mother, and I was like, oh, but I do think Emilia's mother could very well be what's her name? The Witch of Wrath. Minerva. Exactly. And they were like, huh? Why do you think so? And I was like, oh, because don't you remember in episode 42, they say this? They're like, what? And I'm like going over on Crunchyroll, going back and forth on the episodes, showing all the clues, and they're like, how do you piece this all together in your mind? I'm like, I remember every single detail from every single episode, sorry. I was not remembering Minerva's name, so beating up my own case there, but
Oh yeah,
streamer pain.
Yeah, that's definitely possible. She was the one that like, didn't she like have like a super strong punch or something?
Yeah, her punches heal people.
Oh yeah,
And she has a sequence after Emilia was facing her past. She has a sequence where she like hugs Emilia and everything, and it's like, oh, you can't look at me. She has kind eyes, and Emilia, they do state she has the same eyes as her mother, and that the silver hair and purple eyes come from her father, who is an elf. So her father, we have met no elf with gray hair and purple eyes, so we have no idea who her father is. And Minerva is human, and Emilia's mother is stated to be human. So yeah, as I said, these are the kind of details that people don't remember, and
I mean, I think I had the same thoughts when I was back there. It's just been so long since I've been over some of it that
no, we
don't recall.
We need to actually make like, okay, a series of we are both watching ReZero and discussing it and making us we're both going to write a thesis on ReZero.
Best girl tier list with Patrash at the top.
Oh yeah, Patrash needs to be number one. That is
so true.
That's how you know.
So great.
I'm a simple man. I just don't think. That's fair. And you don't even know who Fourier is, because I read the light novel and there's the side stories. And when I read Fourier's story, I was like, no, I don't want Emilia to win the elections. I want Crush to win because Fourier is best boy, and Emilia and Crush had a crush on Fourier, best character ever. Light novel. This is a side story. It's not spoilers. It's past story. But yeah, Fourier, best boy from ReZero. But sorry, yeah, I need to force myself to move on into the next anime.
All good. The one spin-off thing I'll mention on this is like for isekai in general, like kind of was mentioned earlier with Sword Art. Like it's one of the genres that it can be pretty tropey at points. It can be kind of junk food at times. I do even enjoy those sort of shows quite a bit. It's like a guilty pleasure, like junk food genre for me usually.
Yeah.
But then there are series like this, like ReZero, and there's definitely several others, especially if we get into some stuff later. But yeah, there's definitely series out there that go a lot deeper in those. That's why they're just some of my favorites all time. Tanya the Evil is pretty fun, yeah.
Yeah, that's a pretty fun one.
So and yeah, I love isekai, and yeah, ReZero especially. Oh, it's peak.
And let me just address hello Amaru and the Amaritos. Welcome to the stream. I hope you had a fun time. What were you yapping on about? We are discussing our favorite anime. I'm joined today by fellow VTuber Zirzon.
Correction, it's not favorite anime.
Oh,
it's most impactful anime on us. Do not associate me with Sword Art Online, please.
Hi, Amaru. I hope you had a great stream. Yes, we are We are just in the middle of our anime app, and Amaru has only watched like 3 or 4 anime total. So, so not her topic of expertise. But yeah, this is not our favorite anime. We've both covered already 5 anime from each other. I talked about Naruto, Fate Zero, Kaiji, Hikaru no Go, and ReZero. And please say yours, Zerzon.
I've covered Full Metal Alchemist 2003, Nisekoi, Sword Art Online, Girls Last Tour, and March Comes In Like a Lion.
Yes, and we are discussing the anime, not our favorite, the one that influenced us as the most. They can be influencing because they were so bad that we never want to watch that genre again. So they can be very good anime or very bad. And yeah, of course, the Amaritos. If you saw the short, know how important it is to invest in me and Amaru. But Zerzon, my co-host here today, also invest in Zerzon. Good investment, fellow VTuber.
Thank you.
Okay, but do you want to move on to your next one, which is quite a niche one?
Sure. We're on to the 6th one there, down in the corner. We are going to One Punch Man.
One Punch!
Which I will say, before I started watching anime in university, I definitely saw clips of One Punch Man online, and it's one of the things that pushed me towards like, this is actually kind of cool. Maybe I should watch this stuff. And yeah, so it was one of the things I watched in the first year, and that first season was fantastic. And the seasons after that, yeah, not as much. I did move over to the manga because I liked it so much, and the art for One Punch Man manga is incredible.
Oh, it is insane.
Yeah, it's what was it? Yusuke Murata. He
Yeah,
also
Murata,
did
yeah,
like
yeah.
Ice Shield, I think. But yeah, it's such an incredible thing that it's like one of the series that got me to like continue and really get into reading more manga. But I guess I didn't say the like basic plot of this.
Yeah.
It follows Saitama. Yeah, let's see, One Punch Man.
Saitama the Bald.
Yeah, Saitama, who is the guy on the cover there. He's bald. He's got a very just standard goofy superhero outfit. This world has a bunch of like monsters that pop up and attack people. And there's a bunch of big super powered heroes throughout the world as well that like keep it all in order. But he's very uninterested overall. But after a simple exercise trick,
Routine.
he somehow becomes incredibly powerful, and he can beat pretty much anything in a single punch. And it's just very comedic. It's so good.
Hence the name, the One Punch Man.
Yes.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's very fun. Let's see. Yeah, he can beat things in a single punch, and he's also just very unaware of what's going on around him the most time.
Yeah, a goofball.
The world as a whole doesn't realize either what he's doing, that he's so powerful.
Yeah.
You were saying?
No, I was just about to say, I like how I was fanboying so hard on ReZero that I forgot to explain the plot. I explained all of them, but I'm not going to go back now, but I just realized now that it is the only one where I skipped the plot. I was like, this is just so good.
This is just peak. That's it. That's the plot.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's just a very comedic action series. And then actually, the manga, I guess the later seasons of One Punch Man as well. It goes a bit away from the formula at the start where Saitama's one punch and everything, and it starts developing like more of the world and some of the other heroes and other characters, and it's very compelling. The art is incredible in the manga. I would recommend that over the season 2 and 3 of the anime, because That's maybe my biggest disappointment in like anime seasons ever was JC staff taking over One Punch Man.
Yeah.
I wish they would have just not even adapted it so that it would be out there for someone else to do.
Yeah, and yeah, just so people realize, please stay on the stream, but if you open another tab and just Google One Punch Man best panels, like, you get blown away. There's one that, like, has a planet and has an eye going across the planet. Like, there's so much great artwork. Like, even without a context, you see these monsters, these panels, like, the artwork of the manga is absolutely stunning. It is one of the best looking manga. And yeah, Amaru is saying the dip in quality, like, you watch a clip from the first season, for example, Genos versus Saitama is always one of the highlights. The action is so impeccable, so flawless. Like, you think it is impossible to make this better. That's what you think when you were watching it. And then season 2, yeah, the story
Incredible.
shifts, but then the season 2, the animation, it's like, it's not horrible, but it's normal. And One Punch Man was not normal.
Yeah, One Punch Man, like the animation and visuals were so incredible for season 1. Let's see which I'm trying to see which studio. Oh yeah, Madhouse did season 1, and it was incredible. And then sadly, JC staff picked it up later on. And I used to like JC staff back in the day. I think they did like Toradora and like some other like romance series that were nice and fun. But like, why would they take over this action series? Oh, they also did a Shokugeki no Soma.
Oh yeah,
Food War,
that's a fun one.
that's another one that just shows like their downfall in animation quality. Because that series was bizarre, but it was really fun to watch for the first 2 seasons, and then it got like pretty lifeless. So I was just so sad that this one of my like favorite series here like dropped off because of like a different studio taking it over.
Yeah, I'm just showing one of the panels from, since you're talking about the manga and we can provide visual reference, I'm just showing one of the panels of Murata's art. Like, this is so cool. This is one of my, there's others, but this one looks so amazing to me. This panel in specific. You can see it, right, Zirzon?
Yeah. Yeah, that one's great. There's also like the fight against Psychos, like incredible art.
Yeah.
It's just so sad to me that JC staff, as Granto said, they did very good stuff. In fact, some of my like older favorite series did come from them. It's just I don't know. It feels like in like around 2019 they just dropped off in quality a lot.
Yeah, I think this is the one you're referring to.
Yeah, that's the one.
Yeah, the like the art on this one, like the contrast and everything, the shapes, like One Punch Man is in terms of art, I think it's one of the best mangas out there. In terms of panels and everything alone.
Yeah, as Michan said, don't try to read it as the chapters release.
Yes.
I have fallen off a bit on following this. I actually just caught up this morning. I was behind like a year or something. But trying to read it as it released was really frustrating because they kept going back and rewriting the most recent chapter.
Yeah.
Like completely, like retconning what happened and replacing it. Like that's the weirdest thing. It's so bizarre. Like it's still great, but like do not read it as it's coming out. It's a very weird choice to keep doing that. Especially when it's so like incredible for the art. It's like you drew this whole chapter, you did all this incredible stuff, and you're like, actually, let's undo that.
Okay, and talking about One Punch Man's art, we also need to talk about the fact that this is not, when we are talking about this art, this is not the original art that we are showing. One Punch Man was created with more of a cartoonish style, and then another artist picked it up and changed the art. the original look of the series is this.
Yeah, the original webtoon drawn by One himself, the writer
Yeah.
of the series, is this type style. I guess another awesome show that is not on my list is the
Mob
other series
Psycho.
by him,
Mob Psycho is so good. I prefer Mob
That's
Psycho over One
incredible.
Punch Man.
And that one's complete as well. Like it's 3 seasons. You can watch all 3. It's one of like my more highly recommended ones. But it does get a bit more goofy in its look, more stylistic, closer to his original art style at times. But it does it like very well and very artistically.
Yeah. No. Mob Psycho. I feel like One Punch Man has a lot of ups and downs. I think Mob Psycho is just a banger from start to finish. But yeah, visually speaking, as you said, the panels from One Punch Man manga and everything are insane. And I think One Punch Man is, in terms of modern shows, one of the most recognizable shows out there.
It's funny you mentioned 9gag earlier, the site.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I saw One Punch Man and like Attack on Titan stuff on there initially. And that was some of like my earliest exposure to like anime.
Yeah, I remember. Like the internet went crazy with the first release of One Punch Man, One Punch Man.
Yeah. And yeah, this was still like one of my first like 5 anime that I watched, and yeah, that first season, incredible.
For me, like the jarring contrast of it's one of the first I watched it. I was like, oh, when One Punch Man released, I've already watched so many anime. But yeah, want to move on to the next one, or?
Sure, you can go ahead.
Okay, now we have quite a bizarre one. Have you heard about the bizarre adventures of JoJo? Your audio cut off there, sorry. Could you repeat?
Perhaps I have.
Okay, JoJo's Bizarre Adventure is a bizarre adventure of people named JoJo. Okay, talking about the setting, it is a very old manga, and it has quite a unique structure in it. It's divided by parts, and each part, they can have some relation or almost no relation to each other. For example, from the first to second season, it's like the son or the grandson of the main character. There are things like that, and the story can continue or be a story completely different. But what the show is about is a very bizarre world where first people get powers through breathing and they fight against vampires and such. But then the world shifts, and part 3 onwards world is the most famous one. People have a power called the Stand, and a Stand is basically like a magical persona, yes, that gives you a unique power, and the powers are super creative stuff. Like
there's often like a humanoid figure that kind of can hover behind them or above them, and it has like special wacky powers that they control with their mind. And
for example, the powers of JoJo, it's like, I have the power of controlling moisture in the air. I will make Zirzon's eyes go dry because the air around his eyes is very dry. And then
I must hydrate.
He needs to hydrate and things like that. I can control the iron inside your body. I can control the flow of time itself. Or some super peculiar stuff.
Through reflections, stuff like that.
Or like, my power is that if it's 4 p.m. on a Wednesday afternoon, I can control animals, but only if it's a 4 p.m. on a Wednesday afternoon. Like that, they go completely insane. And the main reason why I think this is a great show, especially part 4, that's why I put it there. Part 4 is the best one, then part 4, then part 6, then part 2, then part 1, then part 3, then part 5.
Yeah, I've watched all the way through part 5, I believe. Yes, because 5's Golden Wind, right?
Golden Wind, yeah, Giorno Giovanna.
So yeah, I'm a little bit behind. I need to catch up before the really hyped seasons upcoming. But yeah, for me, my favorites are part 2 and part 4 are kind of tied for
Yeah.
different reasons, and they're so good.
Yeah, for me it's
And then, yeah,
for me it was part 4 and 2 until part 6 released. Part 6, everyone either loves it or hates it. There's not a lot of midterm. I'm one of the people who loved part 6, and I was not expecting it. I really liked part 6.
I remember that I started reading it, and then I'm like, this isn't how I fell in love with JoJo.
Oh,
Was watching it, and the absurdity and the visuals are a big part of the experience for me. So I was just waiting on the anime to come out, and I just haven't gotten around to it.
and a lot of people have told me, I didn't read the manga, they have told me that part 6 from manga to anime is one of the biggest leaps in quality. That like the anime is much better than the manga when it comes to part 6. So do give it a go. Okay, but why is JoJo here? Kratos is touching upon the reason. JoJo has a lot of memes. A lot of memes. And Konodioda. And there was a Portuguese group that was a group, like a group of cultured people sharing JoJo memes. And I created a great part 5 meme, and I got invited into this exquisite group. And it is funny, because this was some years ago, this was during the release of part 5. And some of my best friends, like everlasting friendships and people I meet, and I was with one of them this week to go watch the Chainsaw Man movie. I've met them in the JoJo Portuguese shitposting group. It is... Remember when we were talking about how League of Legends we quote-unquote hate it, but it is an important part of our journey and our friendship group? For me, that's... In terms of anime, that's JoJo and Fairy Tail. Fairy Tail is not here, but JoJo is the main one. And, yeah, a lot of my friendship group was crafted in terms of shitposting JoJo memes. It is insane.
That's great.
And these are not like...
lot of...
Sorry. These are not like your throwaway online friends. No, these are people who slept at my house and like are close friends now and everything. Yeah, but go ahead.
Yeah, a lot of my closest friends was back in university, and it was either through League of Legends or the anime club. So like a lot of them I would just remember discussing ReZero in depth.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's similar.
Yeah, but yeah, JoJo for me is definitely my most social of all animes. Oh, I haven't read... Yeah, a lot of people say Steel Battle Run is the best part. I haven't read it yet. But yeah, of course, JoJo is a powerhouse of cultural influence. A lot of the designs and poses and everything are inspired by like Michelangelo, a lot of Western art influence. Like, sometimes people talk about how artistic something is. JoJo, both the manga and the anime, have a lot of art in them. It's a very artistic manga and everything. Very influential, story is great. A lot of discussions, who is the best JoJo, and it's Joseph, who is the best villain, and it's Yoshikage Kira.
And those discussions end.
Yeah.
It's just the right opinion.
Yeah, okay, we both have the right opinion. But no, and even some of the dynamics in the world, it's one of those where the... Like, Joseph and Caesar's relation, like the relations even between the good guys and the bad guys, like Wamu and Joseph, I really like part 4. Yoshikage Kira, I feel like the concept of the villain being the most regular person out there who just wants to have a regular life, but he has a completely deranged addiction, and that makes him not fit into society. But he's like, I just want to be normal. I don't want to be a villain. I just want to live my everyday life. He's not, quote-unquote, evil in the traditional sense of, I want to bring doom to this world. No, he just has an addiction and, like, a compulsive behavior, which is extremely evil. But it's not like his nature. It's not like, I will foil your plans. It's like, just leave me alone. Why can't you leave me alone committing murders and being a vile person? Come on, you're so bothered. I really like that dynamic.
Yeah, we kind of mentioned earlier how I really hate it when some villains are like, "Oh, what would make this villain the most hated possible thing? He's just so evil." And like that's very much not what Kira is. Like he has his own separate stuff, but he's also evil. I guess Dio's a little bit a little bit pure evil, but
Yeah.
he sells it so well.
Oh, that's a thing. It's hard to both describe and quantify charisma, or as the kids say it nowadays, Riz. Like Dio, if I go point on point describing Dio, for me he sounds like the most generic, boring villain. But it's just the charisma that makes him work. And it's hard to quantify and to explain why is he so charismatic. But he is a very charismatic villain. And he works in the show.
And that's a big part of what I like about this show so much. Like it wasn't the story, it wasn't even like, you know, character arcs, character relationships. It's the vibes, it's the art, it's people's like just their aura. Like it's so good.
Yeah, because
absurd.
Yeah, it's bizarre, some would say.
Yeah, true.
Because
it's a very apt title.
Yeah, because like, what's the story? Oh, story of part 1. A guy shows up, he's a douche, now the main character needs to beat him. Part 2, Aztec Vikings, not Vikings, Aztec vampires are getting resurrected. Like, it's not like a story you go home to write about. What's the story of part 4? Oh, there's an evil guy, and the good guys are like, there's an evil guy. We need to figure out who he is. Like, it's not that makes it work. It's the vibes, the execution.
I think part four was also one of my favorites, and that was largely because of the like it had a really good ensemble cast. It covered like a lot of different people and they interacted well. And then also it was actually a secret slice of life season.
I see.
Which, as we said, is one of my favorite genres, so it's very funny.
Yes. No. And I remember, like, and of course, the memes. How can one talk about JoJo without? And as I said, a lot of my friendships and core identity was born from JoJo memes. But yeah, I don't have a lot more to add on JoJo. We've been running for... Oh, damn, we are really yapping. This is dangerous.
How long has it been? Let's see.
Almost 3 hours now.
Oh, that's all?
Okay, do you need a break or do I go for solo break again?
You can solo break
again.
Okay,
nice. You have more endurance than me. Yeah, I'm going for a solo break and then we can move to your number 7. Be right back.
I am too powerful. But yes, hello everybody. How's it going? Hope you're enjoying the Yapathon. Yeah, JoJo's so strange. I can definitely see when people it's understandable when people don't like it, but it is very it has such like the first 2 seasons were so like macho and absurd. It's just the absurdity that kept me into it. Let's see. They keep. Oh my goodness. Thank you. Let's see what else. What were some of the series Kratos mentioned earlier? I know mentioned like Gurren Lagann. That one was another one of my early anime that I watched. So good. Yeah, JoJo, it is really weird. A lot of the seasons they change a lot. It's so weird. Season 3, or not season 3, part 3 of JoJo, from what I've heard, is what made it like mainstream and that people knew more. Like that's what a lot of people, it was like their introduction to JoJo, and it's what started with stans. It's my least favorite season. It has like a lot more crude humor and like characters that frustrated me a lot. So like there's very different vibes, very different stuff going on in a lot of the JoJo, but it's always bizarre, it's always absurd, it's always like very macho. and it's very, as Nando said, like the memes, like it's a very fun series to discuss with other people, and it has like a very dedicated. Yeah, it's just so weird to me. Like, how's that the most popular one? It's crazy. Whereas sorry, not season. I keep saying season. Part 2 was like, oh, it was so good. It was just the rule of cool. That's what I was going for. Like, so much of JoJo is just the rule of cool. If
Yeah.
it looks cool, they'll win. Like, it'll work.
Yeah, and I agree. Part 3, like, especially, I think part 3, if it came at a different time in the sequence of parts, it could have worked better, but part 1 and 2 are not episodic. They're like a continuous story, especially like, just a side note, the first 3 episodes of part 1, in one of my birthday parties, we just sat down and watched the first 3 episodes of part 1. They work as a trilogy and it was so cool. But yeah, it's more of a continuous story. And then you hop into part 3 and it feels like it's the first time it turns episodic. And that's not what you're used to. And then it's just like, oh, new villain, that's clearly a throwaway villain. Aha, I have Wheel of Fortune, I have this power. Okay, bye. Like, I feel like the transition into part 3, I feel like the final episodes, like, Jotaro versus Dio is definitely one of the most iconic battles in all of anime. And the crew, like the characters like Polnareff, Kakyoin and everything, like the main crew is awesome. Old Joseph and everything. But the pacing of part 3, I didn't like it.
Also, I'm a bit of a Polnareff hater, which unfortunately he was basically the main character for that season for the
you don't
majority
like
of it.
Jean-Pierre Polnareff? Ooh.
No,
Je suis
sadly,
désolé.
no. But there were still good episodes. I think the last 4 or so episodes, which was like, I think Pet Shop into the like Jojo into the Dio fight stuff was good. And then there was also the gambler guy that was like,
yeah, that was Darby, I think, right?
Darby. Yeah, Darby. Like that stuff was fun and good. But there was also there was a lot more crude humor, like poop jokes.
Oh,
yeah.
That stuff it's really... a toilet, oh no, and you're like...
and it happened a lot. So yeah, that's the big reason why part 3 not that much of a fan of. But I enjoyed pretty much all of the rest, just in like varying ways.
Yeah, and yeah, people are talking about part 2. Part 2 was amazing. Joseph is young Joseph is, like, as I said, the best JoJo for me. Nigerondayo, Smokey. Like, and the transition, you go from the, like, as I said, sequencing is important. The transition of, you have Jonathan Joestar, who is like, I think he works as a character because they realize, okay, he's just a noble guy. That's his entire personality, and it just works. And then you go to Joe,
straightforward, like tied laces, like perfect.
And then you go straight into Joseph, like first battle. Oh, I'm going to unleash my secret move, running away. Or then, oh no, my enemy's coming. Grenade to the face, machine gun. I was
gonna say, didn't he have like an absurd amount of grenades under his coat that he like threw out? That was the peak introduction, and that one was like part 2 is ultimate rule of cool. Like I can see how the power system stuff later on it was good for the future of it, and it's really cool. But this one, it was so it was so dumb and absurd in the best way possible.
And even the music or your next line will be like and subscribe to TheNando.
Yes.
And then the character saying it, and then like image freeze, and they're like, Nani? Even freaking Stroheim, the German science is the best in the world.
Part 2 is so good.
Yeah, and even the villains like ACDC, Wamu, and Cars was, yeah, I oh, the Lisa sequence and Joseph going nice, and it's her mother. It's such an absurd part.
And yeah, like all the stands and villain stuff like being named after songs, like
yeah, and then you
song
have
titles.
the copyright versions.
Like a dirty deeds done dirt cheap, but
Yeah.
it's like I have to reference it in the weirdest way possible for the
Yeah.
anime.
Unclean actions made. Something like
At a
that.
unreasonable price, yeah, something like that. It's so good.
No. It's
But we could ramble about this forever, so probably a good time to
to introduce your number
progress.
7.
Number 7.
Burger
so
King
we
foot lettuce.
No. But yeah, next one up on the list is Wotakoi. Love is hard for otaku.
Okay, I don't know that one.
So this is another romance series, but it's like my favorite romance all time, and it does it right.
Oh.
So this one is actually it's set in like a adult workplace, like office workplace. And it follows actually several couples. Like the main couple, I think the girl Narumi, she is really into like I think she like writes her own doujin that are what is it? I think she writes yaoi doujin or something. And then her at the start of the series, like the characters start dating like almost immediately. But she had like a childhood friend, Hirotaka, and he's like just gamer, all about gaming, and they both work in the same workplace, and they just I think she breaks up with someone, and then he's there and supports her, and they just start dating, and it's like healthy adult relationships with like funny moments. And then like Narumi's best friend is also same workplace, and she's dating another guy there, and you also follow that couple. So these two couples are just like in a friend group, and they do a bunch of things together, and they're mostly hiding their like otaku their otaku side from other people, but they can like share it amongst themselves. So yeah, they become like a really close group, and it's just it's a very fun series, and I wish there were more anime that followed adults, and then especially like romance would also be great. And it's just covering the actual relationship. It just starts, and it covers like everything, and things progress.
Yeah, and if you talk about, because for example, you talk about anime that cover adults. One that's quite popular for the main character is Kaiju number 8, where the main character is a 30-year-old, but he's a 30-year-old, and sometimes he's a 30-year-old, while other times he feels like he's a average shonen protagonist in a 30-year-old body. It's like, it's not super... It's not the worst portrayal I've seen, but I just mean that sometimes in anime, like a 60-year-old and a 10-year-old will be written the same way. It's like they create a character and then they slap a number, like 2000-year-old or 5-year-old, and there's no relation between the age and the personality. And from what you are saying, there the characters are adults and they behave like adults and are portrayed as adults.
And they certainly, like, as all adults, they certainly have their, like, childish moments, but, like, it's very reasonable, and it's surrounding their interests. And yeah, it's just so good.
Yeah, and it just makes sense. Like, me and you, we are both adults. Very, and we are just here talking online about anime while using anime avatars. Yes, peak adulting right here.
This is peak adulting, you know. And one sort of message with Wotakoi, it's like, yeah, don't push away your interests. Oftentimes, like, delving into that is what can like form these really close bonds with like friends or relationships. So yeah, it's really good. It's really great.
A good way to put it is that your interests make you interesting.
Yeah,
it's actually as easy as that. A lot of people are like, oh, how do I strike a conversation? It's like, do you like stuff? What do you like? Oh, I like this. Then talk about that. And I like both you talking about your interests or showing interest in the interests of other people are one of the best ways to establish communication. So I haven't watched that show, but I massively agree with that takeaway message.
Crown Toast is asking if we saw the VTuber show.
I
don't think I have, though. I was kind of interested. I think it's talking about a VTuber legend, how I went viral after forgetting to turn off my stream.
Oh,
the
yes.
full title. And I think she's acting super cutesy at the beginning, and then she thinks she shut off her stream and she just starts like downing some alcohol and going crazy, and like she went super viral.
Oh,
And it was she was just acting more of herself.
That's what we need to do. Where's that? Oh, there's also My Dad is the Queen of all VTubers. I haven't read it, but I've heard about that one as well. More like a funny kind of thing.
Like either that or she started like loudly swearing. Which is,
I think
funny.
that My Dad is the Queen of all VTubers. It's like I opened the door. There's my dad next room, and suddenly I find out my dad is actually Iron Mouse. Something like that.
Yeah, I think I watched Maury Calliope do like a read along like stream of that back like the first couple chapters or something.
Yeah, I need to so much good media to consume.
Yeah, how do we keep up with everything, man? That's the struggle. That's a big reason why now I do read more manga than I watch anime. And it's partially just that it's faster and lower investment. Like
For the main reason why I don't read manga is that when I going to read Mindset, I don't like to read on screens, and I have a bookshelf there full of books, and I'm like, no, I need to like if I had more paper manga, I would read more manga, but the cost to time ratio on manga, you need to spend a lot of money to have a lot of manga to consume. While in books, you just spend like €60 or $60 and you have books for ages.
And yeah, that is one thing. Like I said, I think I trick myself into being like, well, this is faster, it's easier to, and then I like read 400 chapters of One Piece in like under a week, and it's like I'm lying to myself, man. I still put just as much time into this. Well, I could have just watched anime for something else. Like you get through more, but there's an endless amount out there.
I don't want to think about how much money I've spent on One Piece alone. Yeah, for me, I mean, light novels are more cost to weight ratio efficient, but I mean, I have 30-something volumes of ReZero already. So if I make the maths, probably I spent more. But I mean, you gotta spend money on things you enjoy. That's the best way to spend money. It's on. I mean, second best way. First way is supporting TheNando. Second way is supporting Zirzon. Third way is supporting Amaru in case he still has spies here from the raid. And fourth best way is to invest on things you like.
I should probably add a way to support me.
Maybe during the weekend. I mean, I have the Twitch subscriptions and YouTube subscriptions. I'm thinking about creating a coffee, maybe. But that's a talk for another time.
But yeah, Wotakoi, back to Wotakoi. It's great. I wish more series either followed adults, and I wish more romance actually covered the relationships instead of the whole will they won't they thing that ticks me off.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's great. I definitely recommend it. The manga's complete, and then the anime sadly like only covered one season and probably won't have any more. But I definitely still think it's worthwhile, even if you're just watching the one season.
Nice. Definitely. Like, yeah. Today we are giving you all a list of great recommendations to go to your to-watch list, especially Sword Art Online.
No, stop it. I can't be known as the Sword Art VTuber.
The Paxels and Sword Art VTuber.
Oh no. I'll never escape.
The two pillars of your identity. But wanna move on to my number 7?
Yep, go ahead.
Number 7, Burger King. No, my number 7.
Oh gosh.
Some people may not recognize from the small image, but it is Violet Evergarden. And Violet Evergarden, my shows are kind of going through chronological order in terms of when I watched them. So Violet Evergarden, we're going more towards recent stuff. And it is a show about an orphan who doesn't have a lot of emotional intelligence. She doesn't know how to explore emotions, doesn't know how to express, doesn't know how to feel emotions, what emotions are. She's kind of an orphan of war who was more created towards to be a weapon of war, a person designed to be a weapon.
She's very deadpan and reserved.
Yeah, serious, reserved, no emotionless. But then she's kind of like almost like a slave owned by different people. She gets into a more profound relation with one of her supervisors, one of her superiors in the army, and then she starts developing emotions and understanding of the world. And our story picks up when she has a job at delivering letters, and not only delivering letters but also writing them. And letters are a form of emotional expression, and if she wants to write good letters, she needs to understand emotions, understand how people feel, how people write. So this is a journey of a girl who is learning about the world, learning about herself, and traveling along the world, meeting new people, and helping these people also understand their own emotions and putting them onto paper. And first of all, visually, it's one of the most stunning looking anime out there. There's the sequence I never forget. It's hard for me to have a sequence that gets ingrained. The sequence of Violet floating over the lake with her umbrella, because it's like she's fulfilling the dream of a character who wants us to see that. It's such a beautiful shot, and the city looks stunning. Everything, the world is superbly beautiful. The episodes, I often talk about how I like shows that make me cry. There's a lot of deep emotional scenes there. I remember very well the episode of the mother who is sick. And there's the movie as well, who makes you also cry like a baby. A really superb movie. But yeah, Violet Evergarden for me, it influenced me a lot in terms of I'm known for writing letters. I write letters. And I could be like, oh, I don't get influenced by anime. I've always been like that. No, I started writing letters and doing the whole stamp. And that's like...
Letters go.
Yeah, go comes from anime. And yeah, Violet Evergarden was what made writing letters a part of my identity. I give a lot of letters as a gift. I get a wax stamp on them. And that idea came 100% from Violet Evergarden. Even a lot of my aesthetics are like more of the steampunkish Victorian a little bit. A lot of it comes from Violet Evergarden. It is one of my favorites, and it has influenced me in terms of opinions, in terms of habits and everything a whole lot. I really like... I mean, that's the anime I recommended to Amaru, who was here as well, to watch. I think it's a really good one. What have you seen Violet Evergarden?
I really need to go back and watch it, because I remember I watched the first episode. It was very impressive, and then I think I was just busy at the time. I think there was a lot of stuff coming out 2018, either that or that's when I started like falling off a little bit on anime as a whole. I think I was trying to watch so much seasonally. Actually, at that time.
The Credentos route. Not everyone can handle the Credentos route, yeah.
But yeah, it was very impressive visually. It's by Kyoto Animation. They also do like Sound Euphonium, Kobayashi's Maid Dragon, and yeah, they just have some of the best visuals out there. They're so good.
Yeah, and I think exploring the journey of Violet herself, she's such a compelling character, and
it's like a very episodic show as well.
Yes,
right?
yes. It has a continuous narrative and the character develops, but it's very first episode it's this story, second episode another story. Like each episode is her handling a case, a letter writing case, to call it like that. And she becomes more and more, she understands herself better and better through each interaction she has with new people. And then of course it's not linear, she has moments, she has setbacks, we get introduced to other characters, and but yeah, it is in my opinion, if we're talking about beauty, both in terms of message, in terms of imagery, I think it's one of the most beautiful anime out there. I really like Violet Evergarden.
Yeah, it's definitely one high up on the list for ones I need to watch.
Yeah.
Have you ever watched Mushishi?
Oh, I've had it recommended. I haven't watched it yet. I know him.
Okay.
I know Mushishi. People have recommended Mushishi to me. I haven't watched Mushishi yet.
It's another like just very episodic show with like incredible visuals. It's definitely one I would highly recommend. And it's a lot. What is it? It's like this guy going around, and there's these little critters, like almost like spirits called Mushishi. They can like inhabit things in the world, and they're just around. And but they're causing problems for some people, and he helps them deal with it. And like, oftentimes it was caused by something that got out of balance, and he like helps correct it. But it's a really cool, very like chill series.
Oh, I need to. I just remembered. I need to. One thing that disappointed me in terms of Violet Evergarden. It's not about the show. The city of Violet Evergarden, I think it's called Leidenschaftlich, often abbreviated to Leiden. And I've been to Leiden in real life, and I was like, ooh, I wonder if this has any relation to Violet Evergarden. No, not at all. Completely different. And I'm like, no, it has the same name. It was just, yeah.
It should have been a Portugal reference.
It should have been. I've been to Leiden. Leiden is in the Netherlands. I was like, this should have been. I think it has more inspiration with German cities, but Leiden itself is a city in the Netherlands, and it has basically no relation to Violet Evergarden.
And you mentioned the aesthetic, like the
yeah.
Victorian like steampunk aesthetic. I do really like that aesthetic. It is so good. I'm remembering very vividly like Violet removing the gauntlets and tuning her hands like because they're kind of like steampunk robotic hands, and starting to go into the typewriter, and you get the sounds of she writing on the typewriter and everything. Oh, and that reminds me, we talked about soundtracks. When I was writing my book, my book, I hope it gets released 2026, by the way. When I was writing Invest Now by Stonks. When I was writing my book, I listened to the entire soundtrack of Violet Evergarden from start to end like 30 or 40 times even before watching the anime. It's so good, wow. And not every... Like, sometimes, okay, I'm writing a dark scene, let me get some ReZero Evil songs. Not every song that I enjoy works for writing. It's funny because Violet Evergarden is very tied to writing letters, and for me the soundtrack was superb at my writing style. I've listened to the soundtrack so many times while working on my book. Really good. Yeah. Oh, Monster is not on my list, but that's another banger of a show. Have you watched Monster, by the way, Zirzon? I have not. That's the doctor.
Yeah, Dr. Tenma.
Saved a mass murderer, right?
Exactly. Yeah. We are talking about this aesthetic. Monster is basically Germany, Prague, like Austria, all of that region in this aesthetic, but way darker. And
it's one that I feel almost certain that I'll like. It's just very long, I believe.
Yes, and it's one of those
like heavy as well.
Yeah, heavy, and it doesn't feel like an anime. It's one of those shows that can easily be, 74 episodes. Monster is a banger. I like how we are talking about from Violet Evergarden to Monster, which has similar aesthetics, but they are very polar opposites in some ways. Yeah, I remember I watched Monster specifically because I was watching a top villain anime, top anime villains of all time, a lot of tier lists, and Johan from Monster was in first place in almost all of them back then.
Yeah.
And he's a great villain.
Like, I know it's good and I know I'll like it. I need to get back to watching more anime.
Yeah, same. To be honest, same. I'm having... Oh, that's the question before we move on to next anime, because we need to yap. Yeah, we need to fill in time because this stream is going along too fast.
True.
Are you watching Gachakuta?
No, I am not currently, but I read the manga for a while as it was releasing. But I did like drop it eventually.
Okay, the anime like really captured the style of the art style of the manga. I'm really enjoying the anime a lot because me and my friends, like, we talk about falling off of anime, and Gachakuta for me is being a boost of making me want to watch more anime. I'm really enjoying Gachakuta.
I do feel like that is a series that would appeal to me more as an anime because it's a bit more action oriented. And it has like the cool like killer instruments or whatever they're called.
Yeah, the Jinky, the vital instruments. Yeah, it's
instruments.
Yeah, it's a series that's a lot about... We talked about the rule of cool. It's a series that's a lot about... Reminds me of Tegen Toppa Lagan in a way. It's very cool. Everything is cool. Soundtrack is cool. Stylish.
I think it was one of those that like I was really compelled by the setting and the world, but then the characters and the plot didn't compel me as much. So I think that's part of why I fell off.
Oh yeah, Hudo, the main character, is one of the biggest edgelords I've seen in all of anime. He's so... I'm usually not a fan of edgy stuff, and I gotta admit, Rudo is one of the most edgy characters I've ever seen, but I still like the show. I can like a show with some elements that are not up to my taste, and I do like Gachakuta, but I feel like Rudo is such an incredibly edgy character, the main character, yes.
Well, speaking of edgy main characters,
the
next series on my list over here is Solo Leveling.
Woo! I know very little about Solo Leveling.
So this is specifically the manhwa, the webtoon version of it is what like introduced me to Korean manhwa, which is just like the Korean equivalent of manga. Except it's a vertical scroll and it's full color. So for me, manhwa is like so much more suited to action than manga was. Like a lot of some series like Demon Slayer, what we just mentioned, Gachiakata, JoJo, there's stuff that I want to wait and like see in anime form because the action and visuals like are so important. The battles, like it's way easier to keep track of what's going on instead of like the some of the black and white visuals can be hard to... I remember reading like My Hero Academia and really struggling to tell what was happening in some of those fights. But I don't have that issue with Korean manhwa because it's often colored, it's vertical scroll, it's often a lot more of the focus is on the action. So I've actually read like Solo Leveling is what got me into that, and I've read so many others since then. And we kind of mentioned earlier with the Sword Art Onlines of the world that I do really enjoy some of those settings, even if they're like basic and simple, and so, some of the like junk food isekai. There's a lot of like action manhwa out there that I very much just consume a bunch of it. It's not that deep, but it's still very fun and entertaining, and Solo Leveling was one of those. The art was very like visually impressive, but it was a very simple like power fantasy. Main character get stronger, not at risk from like anyone else, look cool, beat up things, become the strongest being in the universe. Like,
yeah. Yeah, my outside perspective was exactly like that. It's like super overpowered main character, and it's like some of the shows you presented so far, I'm like, ooh, I really need to watch that. I've heard a lot of people talk good about solo leveling, and I've never felt compelled to watch it or read it.
Yeah, I would only recommend it if you want like a, turn your brain off, enjoy the action, have fun, like time filler type series. Though I do think the webtoon version was like more compelling. It's pretty fun. And yeah, the visuals, like the shadow soldiers, were super cool in the original.
Yeah.
But yeah, the main character though, he has like no personality.
Yeah, that's for me. That's the main. Oh yeah, I'm watching the image. There's like when I saw this image for the first time, I always thought it was Bleach because I stopped reading the manga. The character that's like smiling with the gums showing off and dark eyes, looks like an undead kind of character. I keep seeing this all the time.
Sorry, for what?
For solo leveling. I don't know what this is, the context, but it's like someone I'm going to get the image here on the screen, and you're going to answer me, what is this?
Oh yeah, it's probably the very first episode. There's like a big statue guy. Yeah, the statue. Basically,
I keep seeing this image. I see it everywhere.
Yeah, that one. Oh my gosh, his teeth are almost as menacing as mine. Oh, yeah. So this, I guess I didn't say basic plot. So the series starts out. So it's actually interesting. So we've talked about isekai is such a standard genre for a bunch of Japanese series. Mm-hmm. Well, Korea has kind of their sort of junk food fantasy genre as well, and it's this hunter dungeon genre where it takes place in the normal human world, but then one day all these like portals open up around the world, and on the other side of that is like dungeons, and there's monsters coming out trying to like destroy the world. And then a bunch of people get these like superpowers or special abilities, and they're called hunters, and they have to like kill the monsters and power up. And it's like a very common, I would say, like it's reaching isekai levels of how many series just cover this like cookie cutter genre that they can just throw out there. That's like a junk food fantasy.
Yeah, that reminds me as well, sometimes we grow to like or dislike a work because of the influence. I'm reading Michan's comment on how everything turned into solo leveling clones. For me, my same frustration is I'm a huge fantasy fan, but I never read A Song of Fire and Ice, like the Game of Thrones books. And after that release, so many fantasy works were just, oh yeah, characters die all the time. Yeah, we are changing fantasy forever. We are so cool. Look, you thought this character was the main character? No, he dies in chapter 2. And I'm like, I'm so tired of this. Sometimes when the work gets too influential, I felt that with A Song of Fire and Ice. Even though I haven't watched the series or read the book, I felt like during a time everyone wanted to be George R.R. Martin II.
Yeah, there's definitely like genre warping like series that come out, and Solo Leveling was somewhat that. It's also one of the few thus far like manhwa that have gotten an anime adaptation, and there are definitely more to come. I think this is like very much a growing market, because if I actually look at a lot of the like manga series that I read, so many of the ones I follow are actually Korean. And I think a large part of it is the color, the infinite scroll. It's just a very like digestible thing that I think suits action a lot better. Oh yeah, Tower of God. That was one I didn't like that much. Yeah, but yes, that was another one that I think was Korean.
Yeah, you talked about One Piece. Like, well, you haven't reached that part as bad yet, but once every single character starts getting the same design as Nami, and you don't have the hair color from the anime, you're like, is this who is speaking? Is it blue Nami? Is it purple Nami? Is it orange
In
Nami? In manga, I think.
I've been reading the like colored version of the manga, which
Ah,
goes
okay.
up to like about 1,000 chapters. So I'll
Ah,
be
okay.
good for a while.
Yeah, okay.
But
Yeah, because I'm
mm,
up to date on the black and white, and some panels, Oda can make things very confusing.
and I do think Tower of God the anime did all right, but I think Solo Leveling, like, I mean, it won like the Crunchyroll Anime Awards, which I had other ones I preferred, definitely,
Yeah, I
but
think it was
I
a very
understand why.
controversial. Yeah,
I think part of it is there were like a lot of high quality shows that split the vote, and then this was like the
yeah,
the fantasy junk food, so it just had more backing.
yeah.
Um,
I get it.
but yeah, the actual plot though starts out that the main character Genu is he's incredibly weak. He's the lowest possible rank. He can do almost nothing. And then that face you showed up there, he's
Yeah.
like in a dungeon just helping carry their stuff. And they find like a secret room where that big statue is in, and they have to like follow these sort of riddles kind of to survive it. And almost everyone there either dies or runs away, but then he is left behind, kind of like sacrificially almost. um but then he lives, he wakes up, and he has this whole new video game like system that lets him power up and gain skills, and from there it's just him getting stronger and stronger. None of the hunters get more strong over time. It's just like RNG. You're stuck with your ability and your power level. But he's the one that can level up. So that's the solo leveling of it all.
Ah, he's the solo one who can level.
So yeah, it's just fun junk food reading for me. But I do think it'll bring like more Korean series into the limelight here.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure one that I would recommend more, that I think has already been announced for an anime adaptation, is Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint.
No, that's
Um,
not a series. That's a type of. No, I'm just joking. That's a type of
uh,
viewpoint.
so it's like the same kind of setup where, let's see, one day, like it's set on Earth, and then one day,
Instead of
so
standard name, sorry, Kratos. Omniscient readers.
uh, so the main character, he read a super obscure web novel that everyone else stopped reading, but he read it all the way to the end. It was this really compelling story. And then the day the series finishes, it starts happening in real life. And he knows what's to come and like tries to change it. This one's a bit more, let's see. This one has like, he calls them constellations. They're basically gods that are watching the humans and then assigning them like tasks and like big challenges. It's kind of like death games.
Mm-hmm.
It's like big challenges to complete, and then they can like grant more powers to them and all this stuff. But that's a like much more compelling series, I would say.
Okay, okay. Yeah, and for me, also, it's good that we are having this talk because be it K-pop, be it like I played a lot of StarCraft. That's my main influence from Korean culture, but I've never like I don't listen to a lot of K-pop. Never read any manhwa or everything. It's just for the only reason is saturation of other types of content
Yeah, there's
to
so much out
consume.
there.
But I do want to give like both K-dramas. I haven't watched a single K-drama yet. I like there's Korea is definitely a a powerhouse of producing culture as well. And one day I need to give a shot at one or two manhwas and K-dramas and everything for sure.
And then yeah, SS Class, very very funny names by the way. Like they have the same light novel problem that Japan has with isekai. SS Class Revival Hunter is another one of my favorites.
Oh.
And it's the guy had the power to return from death the day before.
Ah!
Wow, so cool.
So original.
And like it's a very, you know, kind of generic setup, but it deals with stuff really well. Like it goes deeper. It's a lot more compelling than I thought from that I expected from the title and the premise.
Yeah, no. I can definitely see it. And yeah, and that's another thing, because like when I see Japanese jank, quote unquote jank, I'm immune to it because I've been desensitized to it. I'm not used to Korean jank, and that's also something that the more you get into a genre, you're like, oh no, that's just normal. What, someone is resurrecting like a vending machine? Pfft, that's just something completely normal here. What are you talking? Why are you thinking this concept is strange? And I feel like we are in that era where a lot of Korean cultural products are becoming more and more mainstream. I mean, they are already mainstream. I'm just behind the curve.
Like there's also a few Chinese series that I'll read, but I do think I've gravitated more to the side of a lot more of these like Korean action series are really solid.
What I would really recommend for the future is once there an author starts publishing Portuguese fantasy, now that's where it's at.
Yeah, when will your book get an anime adaptation, Nando?
True. I need to I can speak Japanese, I can do the deal myself. Kore wa sugoi no fantasy desu. Anime o tsukurite kudasai. Hi.
It is funny to me when like a series that started, for example, like a Korean series that then gets sometimes adapted by a Japanese studio. It's like, what is the source audio? Like, if I'm watching this subbed, like, do I watch it in Korean? Do I watch it in Japanese? Like, what? Do I just watch it English? Do I just give up? And which I will say, like, I used to watch primarily subbed. Like when I started, I got into it English because I was just starting. Then I watched mostly subbed. And now these sort of like junk food series that I want to like have on maybe while I'm doing my Uma Musume dailies. I'm fine listening to more stuff in English now again. I've gone back to like, I just want to be lazy.
For me, I just go for Japanese, but the reason is, okay, the English stuff is also a foreign language for me, so if it's a foreign language either way, let's go for the original one.
Are there any Portuguese dubs that are iconic, or?
I mean, the Dragon Ball is very iconic because, okay, just a quick story. The Dragon Ball original dub was iconic because I don't think they spoke Japanese, and they were just trying to guess what was happening. And
like it just got like blindly dubbed. Like
yeah,
they were just
like it's like an abridged before abridged word
yeah,
thing.
that's what I was gonna say.
It's like for a character powers up, and I think there was a very popular hairdresser in Portugal called Julia Pinheiro, I think it was the name. And like a character powered up, like turned Super Saiyan, and the other character was like, "What happened to you? Did you went to Julia Pinheiro?" And things like that. Like, imagine.
Oh, that is so funny.
Imagine, for example, I mean, Cell fighting against a character, and then the character goes like, "But wait, Cell, we have to stop our fight because in 5 minutes the news starts in the Portuguese channel." And they just make references that, like, in some parts you can tell that they have no idea what the characters were saying, and they start singing songs. Majin Buu was always singing just random songs like, oh, the best one. Okay, and this is just a tangent. Do you know the scene where Vegeta sacrifices himself against Majin Buu? It's
vaguely, I think.
Okay, in English or in Japanese, it's one of the most emotionally heavy scenes. Like, Vegeta, the proud Saiyan, and he's like, I'm not strong enough, I can't do this, I will sacrifice for my son, my wife, and even you, Goku. He goes on all of this speech. Like, I know I'm not strong enough, I need to... It's like, in the Portuguese, it's like, get over here, you fat ass, I'm going to teach you a lesson. You look like a sausage, but... And I'm like, what is this? You look... It starts...
Emotional moment.
Yeah, emotional moment, and Vegeta's just like, yeah, you look like a sausage, Majin Buu. You look like a sausage that had way too many flowers, so it got swollen up while it was cooking, and you're like, what? And this is supposed to be an emotional speech.
Yeah. It makes me think how, yeah, some of these early anime got like very goofy alterations done. Like, the example I'm coming up with is like the 4Kids dub of Yu-Gi-Oh!
Yes.
I did not know until, I swear, just a few years ago that like being banished to the Shadow Realm was not something in the original series at all. It was just their way of censoring killing characters. Like they literally edited out like deaths, just be like, and you'll get banished to the Shadow Realm. No, they were murdering people. Like what? Like, how do you alter it that much? So crazy.
Yeah. No,
You know, yeah, that's like one of the things I most equate to Yu-Gi-Oh! Was being banished to the Shadow Realm.
Yeah, but for example, you asked about recent dubs. I think I've heard a lot of people talk very well about the Portuguese dub of Boku no Hero Academia, My Hero Academia, because it's like, for me, Naruto was that growing up anime. I feel like for a lot of people in Portugal nowadays, like their growing up anime was Boku no Hero Academia. It was definitely the mainstream title, and a lot of people watch the Portuguese dub. I think it's way behind, like 3 or 4 seasons behind, because we don't have a big market, but I do think there are actually quality Portuguese dubs in Portuguese from Portugal, because if you go to Brazil, there's a lot of them, but it's a bit jarring for us to hear the terms and everything. But
and yeah, that is something in general, like the world just actually respects anime as a medium now, to where like English dubs have also just massively improved over the year, and that's part of why I end up watching like more of those now, is because it's not jank or like weirdness happening with it as it may have happened previously.
Yeah, and I've watched some really good. I don't mainly watch English dubs, but sometimes I watch a clip and it's the English dub, and I'm like, wow, this is fire! The voice acting is so freaking good. But yeah, okay, this was a big tangent.
That's kind of the reason I put it on here, though. Like, you know, it because as we said, this is like the most influential series for us.
Yeah.
Solo Leveling just exposed me to like the wider world of what's available outside of just Japanese series.
Nice. Okay, and want to hop into my next one?
Yes, indeed.
And do you know or have you seen this one?
I have seen the OVA, like the pilot OVA, whatever.
Oh, yeah.
And the first season of Magus Bride.
Yeah, the Ancient Magus Bride, or Mahotsukai no Yome in Japanese, is a fantasy show that starts with our main character Chise being auctioned off, and this other character, who is like a very powerful mage, Elias, he's like a skeleton face, he's not a human, purchases Chise, and then the series is a fantasy show that's really deep in fantasy. It's really, we go into a world of magic, of creatures, of fairies, a lot of Celtic folklore, a lot of Catholic folklore actually, mixed up, a lot of different European ancient folklores and histories and folktales get mixed up, and we dive into this rich world where Elias is more of a knowledgeable character of the mystique, but not knowledgeable in terms of human emotions. And we have the polar opposite, who is Chise, who is a very emotionally driven character, oftentimes to a fault, but knows nothing about the magic world. And we have these two characters who are, it's the ancient magus, right? They are kind of like husband and wife living at a house. We have this dynamic of two polar opposite characters exploring this fantasy world, and one of the reasons why this was so influential is that when I look at The Lord of the Rings, and that's like the biggest staple of fantasy nowadays, I think there's two sides to Lord of the Rings. One of the sides is the epic adventure, we get together, we get a party, we go like the Dungeons and Dragons, the Warcraft, I mean, even ReZero and everything. We have elves, dwarves, me and Zirzon, I take my bow, you take my axe, you go on an adventure. There's the epic side of fantasy. The battles, the wars, Minas Tirith. And then there's the other side that's very rich into Lord of the Rings, which is, I call it the more beautiful and mysterious side. The side that the reader isn't comprehending everything, and you see that there's mystic things, a little bit subjective, and there's a certain beauty that can't be described in that world, a certain mystique. And I feel like a lot of modern series take the epicness from Lord of the Rings, but they don't take the beauty and the mystique. And I feel like Mahotsukai no Yome really dials back on the RPG camaraderie side and takes the beautiful side of fantasy, the side of, okay, this is a world that we do not know, this is a world that we are exploring, we have creatures we do not understand, there are dynamics going on here, there's beautiful scenery, beautiful food, things that are beyond our comprehension. And I think Mahotsukai no Yome is one of the anime shows that really dives deep into this other side of fantasy. So what do you think?
Very much like the unknown, the unknowing, like what was it? Because I mentioned like Mushishi earlier. It's the same sort of like these are spirits, these are things we don't fully understand. We're just trying to live alongside them and do the best we can. Like that's a really cool thing that this series did pretty well with also.
Yeah, and in terms of Mahotsukai no Yome, I feel like the first season's pacing, like I really enjoyed it, but I think the pacing was a little bit off. Sometimes it has beautiful imagery, beautiful scenes, but I feel like sometimes I got super overwhelmed, and I'm not easy to overwhelm. I usually can accompany everything. It's like a lot of new concepts, then things get slow, then it's part of the disorienting nature of mystery and everything, but I feel like sometimes it went a bit too far in the first season. The second season I felt like it was balanced and polished to perfection. I felt like the second season of Mahotsukai no Yome was way better than the first one. I like both, but the second one I liked it a lot more. And another thing I really liked about Mahotsukai no Yome is it respects a lot of the quote-unquote source material. It takes a lot of inspiration. For example, Kartophilus, one of the main villains, is a medieval story that rolls from the Bible. Not the original Bible, but like Bible Shippuden from medieval ages. And other characters come from Celtic folklore, and sometimes when you have those types of representations, they get diluted along the years. And Mahotsukai no Yome, if you go research folklore and everything, a lot of the creatures and mystical things that are represented are very close to the original source and the original representations. My main thing that I can remember let me search the name. In the second season, there is a god, Morrigan. And Morrigan is like a Celtic god of war. But it's god of war, god of death, and god of fertility. And in the portrayal of Ancient Magus, right, she appears like with a spear battling, almost like an Amazon, and pregnant. She's battling while pregnant, and usually, like, in modern terms, we would associate pregnancy maybe to an image of fragility or something. Like, no one who not a god who would be on the front lines with carrying spear and shield. But no, Morrigan is the god of fertility and god of crows and god of war. So she's represented as Paragon, as pregnant, with a buckler and a spear in the front lines battling out while she has the pregnant. And I was like, this is so cool, and this is like, this feels like how they would represent it in the old mythology. Like, for example, breasts in old mythology are not a symbol of lust. Every single time they could be a symbol of fertility. I feel like those classical, those classical representations are more used in Mahotsukai no Yome. That's something I really enjoyed.
And just like the Fae in general, like they're so tricky and like unknowable in so many of these like stories.
Yeah,
it does that really well.
Yeah, it's one of those. It's one of those series where you get kind of like on edge, because when someone is helping the main character, you don't know, okay, is this helping or is this an evil deed? Or sometimes you have a character that's covered with skulls and spikes and it's like, I'm here to strike a deal, and they strike a deal and you're like, oh no, probably it has second intentions. And no, it was just a deal with a very weird character. Like, you really, based on designs alone, everything is so tricky. You never know what will turn into a very evil plot point, or when actually it's someone who is helping. Like, first impressions can be very deceitful here, and it keeps you on edge, but not in a stressful way, in a, as I said, mysterious and finding out. Yeah, it plays a lot with expectations. And for me, as I said, I like writing fantasy. For me, Mahotsukai no Yome really opened my eyes a lot to the beautiful side of fantasy. I usually do this dichotomy of epic fantasy versus beautiful fantasy, and both should be tied together. For me, Mahotsukai no Yome is my peak description of a beautiful fantasy world.
Yeah, I remember just being very impressed by the world and the designs and everything. Sounds like I really should try to watch season 2, seeing as you're saying it was like a step up from the first.
Yeah, I think it was.
I remember pacing stuff was very frustrating.
Yeah, I agree.
I recall there was like the end of an episode where the main girl gets like, oh no, she's been kidnapped. First 5 minutes of the next episode, they immediately resolve it.
Yeah,
it wasn't like a malicious thing, and it felt like that type of thing kept happening, like pointless cliffhangers.
Yeah,
that went nowhere.
Yeah, it's one thing to try to keep people on edge and manipulate expectations, but if you don't do it properly, those kinds of plot devices can just turn annoying. And I feel like in first season it turned more annoying. In second season, I feel like the second season is more contained. It's more of, okay, this is our main space, this is our main cast, and there are like 4 or 5 interconnected problems going on, but this is our main plot. And I feel like second season, there's still discovery, there's still a lot of mysteries, you unravel a lot of plot lines and discover a lot of things along the way, but it felt more focused and more, and that made it work a lot better in terms of pacing and narrative. I think Kredentost watched both seasons as well, and I think he will agree with me that second one. And the opening and ending of the first season is very good, but the second season, second opening, what a banger. One of my favorite anime openings. Speaking of openings...
Oh god, yeah, the opening. Oh my gosh, they were so good in that show. Yeah,
Watashi wa koko. Enter Spanish guitar!
Yeah, it's so good. It's so good. So yeah, it was one, and like I said, I stopped watching it because of those like pacing and like just shonen like odd choices. But the actual world and like some of the like standalone little plot lines, I mean, I think some of them were like really emotionally impactful. I think I cried at like 1 or 2.
Yeah.
It was very, very compelling world and series.
Yeah, one episode that I think in pacing works really well, because one way you can tell if a pacing and everything is good or not is after watching your memory. How well do you remember? Usually if it's a mess, your memory, it's because the episodes weren't that well structured. One sequence that I can remember clearly is the episodes about a very beautiful spirit and an old guy that are kind of like in love.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a...
Was there an arc with like a dragon that got left behind the group or something? Or
I
am
think
incorrect?
there was some dragon episodes, but I don't remember them very well.
Okay.
Yeah, I remember
But
the
yeah,
Dragon
you're right,
Island. There's a Dragon Island where she gets her first staff and she meets Lindell, and there's a sequence where Lindell is singing. I remember that sequence really well. But yeah, the plotline of the handsome Fae spirit and the old guy, I think worked really well.
Yeah. So yeah, really cool world. Those elements of the story I loved. It was like purely pacing and just some odd narrative choices that so it's like it had highs and lows.
Yeah, I agree, highs and lows. And I would definitely say second season. Go for it. Second season is
Okay,
better.
bye. I'm gonna go watch it. No. No, we have more to cover still.
Yeah. Yes. Only one left for me and one left for you. And now you have quite a... do you want to add anything about Mahotsukai no Yome? I think
I think I've covered most of it.
Yeah, we've covered quite a bit. Now we have probably your least famous show there, a very unknown
very
show.
niche, unknown show by the name of Frieren at Journey's End.
Uh-huh. That's, just so I know, that's the show about Dark Souls mimics, right? That's all I've seen is a mimic.
Yeah. It indeed has the mimics. But yeah, Frieren. I love this series. I put it at the end because it kind of encapsulates my anime journey in a way. It's my current, if I had to say one series as like representative of everything I watched as my single one favorite, it would be Frieren. It is not an isekai. It is just a fantasy world doing fantasy things. Very brief summary. So this world, there was like a demon king, and then the heroes party went and fought and defeated this demon king. And one of the members of that party was an elven mage named Frieren. And that is just the prelude. The story starts after all of that.
Yeah.
So yeah, who cares about that hero's journey and all that stuff? No. This mostly takes place like decades later after the majority of the hero's party has died, and it's Frieren, who is like a long-lived elf. She, especially in the past, used to be like very much more like passive and not super emotive.
Like Violet Evergarden, we are noticing a trend here.
Yes, a little bit. And that's, yeah, because she's just a long-lived elf. Like, time works very differently for them. But this is years and years later, and she's starting kind of her own little journey. And a lot of it goes over the same places she had been when she traveled with the heroes party. And she's like realizing kind of the depth of the impact that journey actually had on her at time, and like how much she wishes she could have spent more time with those people along the way. And she gets her own new party members, and they're trying to journey, I believe, like to the edge of the world to like communicate with their spirits or something.
Yeah, I think
but that's
I
not
watched a
really
few episodes. I think that's it. Yeah,
that's like on paper that's their goal, but really it's more just about the journey and the little things they do along the way and the relationships they build in the moment. Yeah, it's really just like way far in the north.
You're going to Portugal.
But yeah, it's like I've just always been a lover of fantasy series. I really like the more laid back tone of this. I read this as it was releasing as a manga, I think almost right away when it started releasing. So it's one of the series I followed like right from the very start, and it's got everything I like. It is so good. so great. And yeah, it finally got an anime adaptation in late 2023. And it was one of those cases where I followed this from the very beginning and I felt they did everything so perfectly with the adaptation. I'm just very glad that like it was such a hit, because the actual plot of it is like it's not the standard you go for. It's
Yeah.
it's after the big hero's journey. So yeah, it's incredible. I love this series, and you need to watch it, Nando.
Yes,
What are you doing?
everyone tells me. I think when because I did watch like 4 or 5 or 6 episodes. I think I finished in the Zoltrak episode where there's like a demon and it's like, oh, I have the magic called Zoltrak. And it's like, oh, that's magic missile nowadays. Technology advanced. Get wiped out. You get...
Yeah, it was Fern, which is like Freeren's
pupil.
kind of apprentice.
Yeah.
Like, yeah.
So
Pupil.
I did watch
like,
a little bit.
So it's really cool to just see the passing of time there, and like, yeah, this peak killing spell back in the ye olden times, like, oh, nowadays that's just your basic attack magic. What are you talking about?
Yeah, because that deals with one of the concepts that a lot of old fantasy didn't deal with, and modern fantasy deals a lot more and a lot better, which is the passage of time. I think passage of time is Freeren's probably #1 key moment, because a lot of times you see, for example, Lord of the Rings, you have Aragorn, you have Gimli, Legolas and everything, and they're different races, so they have different lifespans and everything. But since we are just watching a slice of life, haha, that goes like 10 years span, the passage of time and their age and everything is not relevant. And a lot of times, for example, Gandalf was studying for 10 years in the books how to address the ring, and in the movies it feels like 1 hour or something.
Yeah.
But the passage of time is something very insignificant. It's more about the events, like this happened, then that happened, and time itself is irrelevant in a lot of fantasy. And you talked about, for example, Zoltrak, that's more technology is also stagnant. It feels like you're watching a snippet of the world, and the fantasy world has always been like that and will always be like that. And nowadays a lot of modern fantasy have addressed that situation, addressed the passage of time, addressed the evolution of technology in the fantasy world. And I feel like, yeah, the different perspective between humans and elves because of the passage of time is something quote-unquote so obvious and so blatant, and Frieren feels like it's a show that the concept, it's so, I'm going to call it easy and obvious, and you look like, how has no one ever thought about doing this show before? It really reminds me like when you see those genius ideas, like someone who invented an engine, and you're like, this was invented at this time? That's such a stupid basic idea. How did no one figure out how this works? And Frieren feels like that kind of show to me. It's like, how did no one write this show before? It feels like such an quote-unquote good recipe, an easy recipe for success. How did no one thought about this earlier?
Yeah, because that is an interesting part of it. Like, you were talking about how Magus Bride, it's a lot of these unknowable things that are like not standard. Like Frieren, the actual world is kind of just your standard like Dungeons and Dragons-esque fantasy world. It's a different spin on it that you didn't really think about. Like, what happens after they beat the Demon King? Like, especially for the long-lived elf.
Yeah.
I wish I could remember the name of this manga I'm reading. There is like a really good manga that covers that same type of thing. Oh wait, I think I might have. Is this the one? But yeah, it's like a high elf that is just like outliving everyone. It just covers like generations and generations of him living through the world.
Oh yeah, but just to address Lori, yeah, I was watching it weekly, and it was at a time where it was peak PhD work, and like then I was like, episodes started releasing at times that weren't convenient to me, and I was like, I'm just going to watch it once the whole anime airs. And because I stopped, then I never picked it up again, and I'm waiting for the day that I will pick it up. But time keeps passing. Maybe if I was an immortal elf, I would have time to. But another
Oh my
thing,
goodness.
another reason was that when I started watching Freerun, I was like, okay, this is going to be very good. And back then I was so busy, and like, you know when you watch a show like in second monitor without paying mind to it, and I'm like, right now I'm in the mood for second monitor show, and I don't want Freerun to be a second monitor show. I need to save it
Solo
up.
leveling.
Yeah, I need to save it up for the correct time. I want to pay proper respect to this show. So,
Yep.
and then it just, yeah, one day I need to watch it.
Okay, yeah, the title of that manga is oh gosh, the freaking light novel titles. Enough of this slow life. I was reincarnated as a high elf and now I'm bored. Like another translation was growing tired of the lazy high elf life after 120 years. So it's like it's just him traveling the world and like outliving these people, and then he goes back to an area and he's like meeting their grandchildren, and it's like, oh yeah, my grandma told me about you. It's a laid back series, but yeah, it's interesting to like delve into those topics.
Yeah. Oh, one that's it's clearly, if you put them side by side, it can't be compared to Freerun, but one that it's very charming and about journeying as well. Have you watched Majo no Tabi Tabi, or Wondering Which: The Journey of Elena?
No, I have not.
Oh,
I've heard of it, but and I was kind of interested, but I did not.
Yeah, it's definitely like, it's not masterpiece tier or anything like that, but it is really good and really charming. It is a good show. And okay, do I put you to the test? Because I have a picture here, and the manga. Wait, is it manga or is it light novel? Yeah, the light novel illustrator designed a very famous VTuber. And now I want to see from art style alone if you can guess.
Oh, that's gonna be hard.
Who the VTuber is.
And I will say another series that kind of deals with this type of laid back journey is like Kino's Journey, I think. When I watched the like remake, like that's another one similar to Freerun.
Yeah.
Has this like slow wandering the world vibes to it. But yes, what might we be guessing at?
Okay, so I was just looking at I'm trying to see if I can find a picture that can help you. Yes, Sobin Overlord. Sobin's art is so good. Overlord is. I won't go into Overlord a lot right now because there's things I absolutely love about Overlord and things I'm not a big fan. But Sobin's art is really good.
It's just so slow. That's my one thing. It just took forever to go anywhere.
Thank you, Kratos, for staying for so long.
Maybe you'll return. We aren't gonna go that much long. Presumably.
Okay, but okay, see if you can guess who it is. I will give you more clues if you can't right away.
I mean, gosh, that's hard.
Yeah, it is.
Mean, I feel like I'm being influenced by the white hair to say Fubuki.
No. I'm going to.
Yeah.
Hololive is correct, but it is Hololive EN.
Yeah, I'm not coming up with it right away here.
Okay.
See.
Okay, let me see if I can pick up a good picture to reveal it to you. Mumei!
Moomin!
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, the illustrator from the Majo no Tabi Tabi, the Wandering Witch's Journey, is the illustrator for Mumei.
And that's since I was just mentioning Kino's Journey.
Oh yeah, and Michat, I did
that one is Ina's artist.
Oh,
so.
Nice. Yeah, and Michat did guess it correctly. I was not looking at chat because I was looking at the images, but yeah, it is Mume. The eyes give it away.
Nice. But yeah, it's really cool when they get such like big figures from anime to do the designs.
Yes.
Because that's actually like part of the reason I think I watched the Kino's Journey remake is I knew the. Oh wait, no, that's a lie. The timing does not work up. I watched this on release, so I just lied to you. Yep, straight up.
I mean, that's what content
It's
creators
interesting.
do. It's all a lie.
It's interesting how much your memory can like
Jumble things together.
change.
Yeah.
Yeah, you tell yourself a story on how stuff worked out. Oh, that made sense.
But yeah, anything else you would like to add on Frieren? Soso no Frieren?
Yeah, I'll just briefly say. So this came out September 2023, and it was also just like my favorite season of anime all time ever. Period, because a couple other series I could not fit on this board came out that very like that season or the next season. There were 3 of my favorite series coming out at the same time. Dungeon Meshi is one, Delicious in Dungeon, and that's like that's another one. I followed the manga like super early on, all the way through. Was so excited to see the anime come out. The adaptation's almost perfect, and it's like dungeon delving, but they have to cook a bunch of monsters and random things in the dungeon because like they gotta eat.
Yeah.
And it's a really fun ensemble cast, very compelling story.
Yeah, there's the dwarf that everyone likes. I think it's a dwarf.
Yes, Senshi.
Yes.
Senshi is so good. And then also same time running was Apothecary Diaries, which actually is that one inspired? I think it's like Chinese inspired.
Yeah, I'm just laughing because you're naming 3 shows that I haven't watched. Apothecary Diaries, Dungeon Meshi, and Frieren.
Yeah, 3 of my absolute favorite series. They were all releasing like, I think 2 of them came out, and then they were all 2 core shows, which is also incredible. Like releasing 24 episodes each.
Yeah, nowadays.
And then
it's
like
rare.
one of them started like halfway through and then continued on after. But yeah, Apothecary Diaries is set like in ancient emperor's palace, like in China, and it's a girl that gets like sold off to the castle, but she like ends up revealing her skills as an apothecary, and it's almost like a detective show. She's like trying to find she's figuring out all these like plots going on in the palace and like solving them, and it's very good, very compelling. And so yeah, that's just like one of my all-time favorite anime seasons, period. And it had 3 of my like top shows.
Yeah,
That should all be like they're getting continuing adaptations too. Like all of the like, because I talked about how 2010s so often it'd be a banger show and then they just wouldn't continue.
Yeah.
These are all continuing.
Yeah, I know. And I mean, just from the amount of Mao Mao cosplayers that I've seen, I know that Mao Mao is definitely one of the most popular cosplays right now, and Frieren as well. So definitely, that's how I gauge a show's popularity.
And the Delicious in Dungeon like full cast, like I've definitely seen a lot of groups cosplay together as them, and Marcel specifically gets a ton.
Yeah, no, I think, yeah, 3 bangers of a show from what I know. And oh, by the way, a fun fact about Frieren: the Japanese title is Soso no Frieren, which is a little bit different. Do you know what Soso means?
Was it funeral or is it something else?
It's funeral, but more kind of like the seeing off at a funeral, like the funeral march, the seeing off of a person. It's like the saying goodbye. And I think, yeah, I don't know a little bit about Frieren's narrative, and that title does.
Because when I started reading it, it was mostly referred to as Frieren at the funeral. Though like Frieren's funeral march is a more like apt.
Yeah, funeral march. Yeah. Could be a Yeah, like the elegy, Firen's adventures at the funeral.
Full of these wacky parties, these wacky adventures at the funeral. And that is a great thing as well. The series it has those dark, undertones there, but like it keeps it very light for the most part. Freerin mostly is just like a magic maniac that just wants to discover new magics and find new tomes. And like, so it's kind of links back to a lot of the other series I said. I like these lighthearted shows with like dark themes or like backings that can like be expressed more deeply.
Yeah. No. As I said, I haven't watched it yet, but I'm very confident that Freedom is a masterpiece.
In those 3 shows, like all airing at the same time, it just made me so happy because they are not childish. Like they're very well developed worlds and mature. Yes, that's the thing. So I'm just so happy that these series are like being made and adapted, and then there's also like they've been received so well, and that's more of what I want to see from anime in the future.
Nice. No. And I feel like that's a great way to cut off your list. Yeah. I am not like you. I didn't save off because I went more chronological order, not like... I mean, you're kind of chronological as well.
Yeah, I think mine's actually pretty much entirely chronological too, which is wild. But... yeah,
but I feel like this, my last one, is one of the least influential of all of this, but I really liked it. It's an isekai. Yes, it is an isekai. Bookworm, Bookworm is the only anime that was life-changing for me. Okay, I'm saying that it's not. I haven't read a book in over 15 years before Bookworm, but then a silly story about a gremlin who likes books didn't get renewed for a new season right away, which made me read the light novel, and now I read everything from lit RPG to philosophy and everything in between. Oh, let's go! But yeah, Bookworm. Nice. I do love reading even before Bookworm, Ascendance of a Bookworm. It is an isekai, and usually isekai, we've talked about, it's a genre that everyone knows. You go to another world, you're the overpowered protagonist, yada yada. Bookworm is an isekai, but the twist is a bit different. Our main character is a librarian, loves books, is a bookworm, and she gets reincarnated into your fantasy medieval world. However,
doesn't she get like crushed to death by books?
I don't remember.
Didn't the shelves fall on her? I
don't remember that.
Either that or she just passed out. I think moved she over, but I don't recall.
Passed away. Yeah, she gets isekai'd, and in the new world, it is medieval fantasy magic land. However, what was not in medieval times? Printing press. Books were handwritten and only for the nobility and a few. Oh, she does in the light novel. She dies to an earthquake that knocks over her dad's bookshelf. Ah, okay.
Live by the book, die by the book.
Exactly. Die by the book.
I thought you were going to say another thing they didn't have in medieval fantasy world was healthcare.
Yeah, healthcare, true. And books. There was no printing press. There was no Gutenberg. There was nothing like that back in the medieval times. So literature is very sparse and rare. And she's like, I want books. I want to read. But this world has no books. And first it starts off a little bit like, I could have included Dr. Stone as well. I really like the kind of shows where it's like trying to evolve technology and develop stuff. And it starts off like that. She's like, I need to create books in this world. How can I create books? Let me try using clay tablets. Let me try, how can I create a printing press in this world? I need books to read. I need to find books. She's from a poor family. But then it's a magic world. They discover that she has a very very grave illness. She's more taken care of by the clergy, and then the story just starts unwinding, a lot of stuff happening. She sells like how to make shampoo, the idea for it, because she has the modern knowledge. So it is an isekai, but the main topic is actually her knowledge from modern times that she can exploit, and her obsession is distributing books, creating books, and reading books. That's her goal, her drive. And it is
she's like next level obsessed. Like it's her whole
Yeah.
reason for living was reading books.
Yeah, exactly.
So like she is so distraught not having books, and she's like, I'm gonna invent them.
Yes.
I'm gonna make them. This world will have books.
She's like,
It's gonna happen.
I have a new life here, but this life is absolutely horrible just for not having books alone. That's enough. She doesn't think about, at least in the anime, the light novel may have different pacing. I have the light novel, haven't read it yet. She's not like, oh, I miss my family, oh, I miss my friends. No, it's like, I miss books. Where? Books, please. And she gets reincarnated also as a child, and a very sickly child, and that plays a huge role there, because she can't be self-sufficient in a lot of things, she can't be proactive, and it develops, like, basically, she gets into trouble and things like that, because she's a fully mature woman, in terms of psychology and everything, who is living in a child's body, and that child is actually someone who already existed in that world. She doesn't become a new character. No, it was a child who already was there, and she quote-unquote takes over the body. So basically...
I believe this... Yeah.
Yeah.
You can...
Yeah,
continue.
sorry. Yeah, it was basically the child was very sickly and everything and passed away, and instead of dying, our main character now inhabits the body, and it's like, okay, now she has a sister and a father and a mother who care a lot for her, but she's not the person that they are seeing in their child because she didn't grow up with them, because she already had a whole life story before inhabiting that body.
And they were still a very young child, and I believe like constantly sick. They had like some sort of like mana sickness.
Yeah, exactly.
And like got incredibly high fevers, and like that's when she ended up possessing the body, was after one of these like very high fever like fits.
Yeah. Yeah, she starts the story as a 5-year-old. I just checked.
Yeah. Okay.
And have you watched the show, by the way?
I actually have not watched it. I've read all of the available manga, which I gotta say releases very strangely, because there's like parts and they're releasing these like at the same time. So it's like it's like if ReZero season 1 and season 3 were releasing as manga at the same time.
Okay.
It's very strange.
Yeah, because the original is the light novel, but they're probably releasing the manga adaptation. But yeah, this is I love books, and as I said, I love Dr. Stone. I love technology in fantasy worlds and everything, and this show it has like 1 or 2 elements that I don't like that much, but it has so many elements that I like, and ties it everything together, and it is a fun twist. And this is one of the shows that I've probably recommended to the most people. The light novel's final print just released in English. Ooh, I have some volumes from the light novel in English, but I haven't started it yet. But yeah, I think A Sentence of a Bookworm, as I said, it's really funny how they treat that character's passion/obsession as the main focus of the story. Because if you're studying like writing, like there's a few basic lines for creating a character. For example, I want to create a conflict in my story. How do I create it? Who is my character? Zirzon. What does Zirzon want? Potatoes. Now, what is the reason that makes it so that Zirzon can't get potatoes? Like, it feels like a story that follows your rules of how you should write a story. It's like, who's my character? Main. What does... She's the main character. Main. Ha 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 ha. Mine. Who's my main character? Mine. What does she want? Books. Why can't she have books? Technological level. Okay, and the story, I feel like it's just very charming. As I said, the contrasting personality of like, you have a 5-year-old having a crush on her, like a very aha relation, and she's like, okay, I'm in her language, like, I'm actually a 20-year-old woman. This is very strange for me, and sometimes she does behave like a kid because she wasn't that socially outgoing or everything. but it does create a lot of charming moments. And oh, the moment I'm just remembering, at the end of first season, she goes full Darth Vader. Yeah, there's some moments that are like worrisome, some are dark, some are like charming, and then there's a moment where she just gets angry and like starts using the Force to chokehold a guy, like, "You shall not take my father!" You're like, what the? Her eyes turn into rainbows and she turns into Darth Vader. I'm describing it in a goofy way, but it is.
Yeah. And yeah, one thing I do like a lot about this one is we've talked about other isekai a decent amount here, because that is like one of my comfort genres. Yeah. But this one, like, so often the character gets thrown into the world and they're overpowered and they like run into no challenges at all. This one, no. She's a 5-year-old. She's sickly.
Yeah.
She does have a lot of magic power, but she has like no way to control it, and it's actually what's like tearing her apart.
Yeah. And it's more like at the start of the show, the magic power is literally only a curse. Like later on, she has benefits, but at the start of the show, the mana is only a downside. No upsides to having. And the show, one thing that it does really well is the rewarding moments. I think this show is really good at, for example, you set up a character and it's like, "Oh, hello there, I'm Lord Nando. And you see, oh, Zirzon, you want to collab with me today? Sorry, I'm Lord Nando. I cannot do a collab with a pesky VTuber like Zirzon." And you're like, I hate this character. And then suddenly someone shows up and like, "Oh, I'm Lord Nando." And like, "I am actually the king of this land. You have no power here." And you'll see like, "No, actually, you will get thrown to jail, you insolent fool." Like those moments that feel like rewarding, like you're watching.
They get their comeuppance, like
or like you're watching like you're really waiting for that cathartic moment, and then the series delivers, and you're like, yeah. I think this series does that very well.
Like a lot of things kind of just work out, but at the same time there's a lot of challenges she has to work through too. It's not just an easy fantasy world. All her knowledge doesn't instantly get her everything she wants. She still has to act within the rules and like the hierarchy of this world. Like she started out as a peasant, and this is a very like caste based society.
And it also one thing that I do like it shows that like book knowledge or abstract is not the same as having skills. Like one thing she needs really bad is to procure craftsmen who have the necessary handwork skills. It's like, for example, I know how to work a lathe and construct metal parts in a lathe, and I know how to work machines. But if I go into a world without a lathe, how can I use my lathe working techniques? And sometimes you need more other... Like, technology is built upon layers. And in the modern world, a lot of our technology is built upon a lot of layers. And we cannot translate it into a medieval world because we are lacking a lot of those intermediary layers. For example, me as a mechanical engineer, I feel like I can grasp a lot of stuff. Kradentost, who works in electronics, he's useless. I can program trains. Well, good luck programming a horse or something.
He's not here anymore, Nando. You can't talk back about him like that.
It's like a programmer. It's one of the most important engineers nowadays in medieval times. What can a programmer do?
I work in IT. What would I have?
Yes.
But yeah, it is also just interesting. Like, she has to work her way up. Like, at first she's struggling to even find the right type of wood to make the paper out of. Like, she has to develop every little thing, and like, she can't just jump to like printing press. Yeah, she has to go like tiny step by tiny step.
Yeah, how do you make ink? How do we make? Sometimes I'm a huge fan of Dr. Stone. But sometimes it feels like some nuances are explained to the detail, while others it's suddenly a huge leap. Like, what? We went from this acid into having fully functional batteries or things like... But in Bookworm, it does feel like every nuance, like, okay, you need writing material, you need a writing surface, you need something to deposit the ink, you need an ink that flows, that you need a way to store the ink so it doesn't dry right from the get-go, and things like that. It does tackle all of those layered nuances one step at a time in a really good pace. And Michan is saying the anime screws up the emotional stuff bad. I am sad to hear that, because yeah, I only watch the anime, so I have no point of reference to the light novel. I still need to read. I'm going to read the light novel, but so many things to read beforehand.
Yeah, it was definitely a neat series, and yeah, like I said, I think it does isekai right in that it like takes a cool gimmick and then explores that more. You don't just throw away their background and just do generic fantasy world power fantasy stuff. Yeah, it explores it super well. Very, very fun series. I want more of the manga, and I want it to be more like beginning to end, because I think there's literally 4 separate parts all that seem to be really, it's like, but I want to read more. It's out there, but it's gonna like leap forward into the future, and
it's like, all jumbled up.
5 parts. Oh my god. So it's that sort of thing where it doesn't seem like they're making it for just like a new audience. It's like it's making it for the people that have already read the light novel, which I wished it was just a bit more approachable there, but it's still very good, very compelling.
Yeah, but I forgot you are talking about a lot of like, oh, this was my first manhwa. This got me into reading manga. I have the light novel for Bookworm, but when I was singing high praises of ReZero was my starting point into light novel reading as well. And I do feel like the light novel is better, but not by a huge margin. Like, in different things, both the light novel and the anime are just masterpieces. I love ReZero. I'm not going to hop onto a lot. Just want to say that ReZero was my gateway into light novel as well.
Yeah, I don't think I've read almost any light novel except for... God, what was it? It's something in the empty box.
Google Sun.
Zeroth Maria?
I'm finding something called The Empty Box and Zeroth Maria. Was it this
Yep,
one?
that's the one. That's like the only light novel I've read because a friend super recommended it. It was interesting, but yeah, I don't know. I think I need to like find more stuff. I think the flow felt a little odd. I'm not sure if the translation.
Yeah. Oh, for example, for ReZero, I can tell you with 100% confidence, the first volume is known for how peculiar the translation is. It's not like, if you read the first volume of ReZero, I knew the show, I knew I was going to enjoy it, the story, but it was hard to read the first volume. The other ones get, like, second one is already way better, and then now recent ones, I do not notice the translation or the English. The first one, it feels like, for example, when they're describing places in Japanese, you say, Tebre no ue no mae ni, things like that, and the English is like, the bottle that is on top of the table in front of the box, like, it feels like a word-to-word translation in some parts, and I'm an English second language. Usually bad English does not jar me that much, but that I felt like, ugh! Like in 4 or 5 peculiar moments, I hate when the writing takes me out of my immersion. Like, I don't mind if the writing is invisible, if it doesn't have a lot of personality, but when the writing is so peculiar that it breaks my flow and it's just like, huh?
Yeah.
And
that's what I was going to mention. I have to like get into a flow, and that's what I like struggled to do when reading that, and like a couple other things I tried to read that were translated.
Yeah, for me, I felt that in the first volume of ReZero, like, definitely. What I would recommend to you, if you want to hop on to try ReZero, get the first volume of ReZero X, the side stories. It's the story of Fourier, best boy, best character, and it is well written, and you will find it enjoyable.
I wish I'd read more in general. As a young lad, like, that's all that I did. I read so many books. so many books nonstop all the way through high school. And then I mostly fell off because that's when I got like access to anime, to manga, to games. I had more control of my free time. And nowadays, like I'll occasionally listen to an audiobook because that can be done while mowing, while doing other tasks. But it's so hard to fit in everything I want to do, man. I really should read a couple more things though.
Yeah, and oh, by the way, Kratos, you're back. You're useless. You can't make books.
How could you say such a thing?
Because Zirzon was like, you can't insult Kratos while he's not here. So now that you're here, and you don't have knowledge to make a book from nature.
We were talking about being isekai'd. Yeah.
You were talking about how, like, Zirzon is IT, you're electronics engineer, I'm mechanical engineer, so if we all get isekai'd into Bookworm's world, mechanical engineer is the one that's most useful. I can make water-powered machines quite easily. I know my way around gears and pulleys and a lot of things that can easily be crafted with medieval craftsmanship. I can build a trebuchet. We can siege our enemies.
Nice.
But yeah, I think it's funny because we're like, let's say prepare a little bit some honorable mentions. Maybe if we don't have. Oh yeah, I do know that Kratos, you actually have some other skills as well. You are correct. But yeah, we prepared some other stuff. For example, I could go on about Golden Kamui. It's really cool. Or
oh yeah, Mushishi was on mine. Yeah.
Mushishi, Golden Kamui, Fairy Tail. I can't believe I forgot to include it in my main list.
We could just quickly go through and like just say honorable mentions and not elaborate.
Okay, yeah, you go first.
I do have a 3x3 for it, but no, it's probably good.
If you want to send me, I can set it up. I didn't prep it.
I want to show people there's too many good stuff.
I didn't prep a second 3x3.
What? I was expecting to go on for 10 hours here. Like there's a 12-hour limit on the VOD.
It's funny because I recognize your second 3x3 a lot more than your first one. I see a lot of bangers there. Isn't this a 24-hour stream? Could be. It
could have been.
Where is it?
But yeah, I love yapping about media with people. It's so good. It's part of what makes like hobbies so cool. Is the picking other people's brains for what they enjoy.
Yeah. Okay, here's your list. Shippuden version.
Honorable mentions here. Mm-hmm.
You can say them.
Is it there? Oh,
yeah, it is there.
It just overlaid it. I thought you were gonna put it like up somewhere else.
No.
I see.
We were both waiting on the timing. Sorry.
So first up, we got Nichijou, My Ordinary Life. Slapstick humor, incredible, yada yada. Mm-hmm. Then we have Mob Psycho by the same creator as One Punch Man. We've got Tanaka-kun is Always Listless. It's just a slice of life. Guy with his friends living his peak lazy life. He is my spirit animal. We've got Yuru Camp, which is just girls camping outside.
Let's go.
Chilling.
I know that one
it's
quite
so
well.
Good. Oh, I love that one. 10 out of 10. Great show. Then we've got Kaguya-sama, Love is War.
Great one.
Next season when? Come on. Like they're zooming through Oshinoko. Come on. You gotta do more of this one. Then we have Yotsubato. Yotsubato? Whatever.
Yotsubato.
Which is a manga that follows like a single dad taking care of his kid. It's very cute. I think the mangaka said there's never going to be an anime, so kind of sad about that, but it's great. It's just comfy day-to-day stuff with them. Then we've got Mushishi, the one we talked about earlier.
Yeah.
It's kind of a guy journeying around, helping people deal with these like spirits that are causing all sorts of problems. Then we've got Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint, which I mentioned earlier. It's one of the Korean ones where it's a guy that read a webtoon, and then the world became like this death tournament under the gods. They have all sort of abilities and stuff. And then last one, Dungeon Meshi, which we also covered, Delicious in Dungeon. It's just such a fun, like, goofy Dungeons and Dragons style journey of a like party that meshes super well. And it's a great time.
Nice.
There we go.
Nice. Okay, for my list, I won't pick your list in details because if not, we'll never going. For my list, I have Golden Kamui. It's historical Japan, but Japan versus Russia war, but absolutely absurd, ridiculous, chaos, so goofy. A lot of good times there. Then One Piece.
Very absurd comedy. I think.
Yeah, Golden Kamui is completely absurd, but also serious at times. One Piece, of course, the superb world building, characters, like a masterpiece in world design. We have Monster, a very grounded series, very human characters, very slow paced in a good way. We have Fairy Tail, Power of Friendship, and Fairy Tail is more like JoJo. It's not about, I mean, JoJo is great by itself, but it's a lot of friendships that I got because of watching Fairy Tail with people. And I think it's not great, but just fun, magical. Bakuman, the manga about manga, a really, really good show. Romance focused as well. Yeah. Very good, like sports like anime, but the sport is writing manga. Now, a peculiar one. The third season of Psycho Pass. Because everyone knows the first season, the second season was garbage, so no one watched it. I didn't watch it. And then because no one watched the second season, no one watched the third season. I skipped second season, watched the third one, and it's so freaking good. Did you watch it?
I watched the first 2 seasons in the movie, but never saw the third season.
No one saw the third season. I think me, Kratos, and like 5 more people in the entire world saw the third season. Third season was in... No, I really like the third season. I don't know why. Something about the third season I really enjoyed of Psycho Pass. Okay, but then I have Oshinoko. I really liked Oshinoko. I'm really enjoying Oshinoko. I have...
anime or manga?
Anime. I haven't read... I know nothing from the manga.
Okay.
Anime
I've read it all, so...
Okay. Then Made in Abyss, we've talked about. And Tengen Toppa Gurren Lagann as well.
Yes.
It has
drill, drill that will pierce the heavens.
Yes, my drill line. Zirzon, don't believe in yourself. Believe in the me that believes in you. Don't believe in it. Believe in Tate Bayo. Don't believe in the me that believes in you. Sorry. I was...
Believe.
Row, fight the power.
Very, very fun. I love talking about anime.
Yeah.
After like gaming and VTubers, it's my biggest hobby. So those 3, those are the big trinity of stuff that I enjoy.
For me, I sadly I cannot do a trinity. It's like more of like the 10 things, like go guitar, anime, streaming, VTubers. I need to focus. Writing fantasy books, reading Brandon Sanderson and Robert Jordan.
He's a jack of all trades and a master at all of them. Believe.
No, master of none. But yeah, it was even in terms of going down memory lane, remembering a lot of these shows, like some of them I have them present constantly in my head, but going over Fate Zero or Kaiji or some of the ones you presented. For example, I was really surprised to see Sword Art Online or even One Punch Man for different reasons, but it was really cool. And like we kept talking about doing this stream one day. We predicted that we were going to last quite a long time once we started the Yep session, and I think we were very correct.
How long has it been? I don't have. I only have the chats open.
We started a few time after my lunch. Now I'm late for dinner. We have we have been streaming for 4 hours and 45 minutes.
Hey, it's almost as long as last time with
The speedruns with the Dark Souls through.
No, God, why can't I remember Night Rain?
Oh yeah, Night Rain as well. Time just
the
flew
problem,
by.
Nando. We need to set times. No.
Yeah, even we are streaming and we start hearing that Samsung like dun, 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 alarm clock, and we go to the viewers. Okay, sorry, we have to cut it. Bye, everyone.
Sorry, you don't get to hear about the rest of the series. We yapped too long.
Yeah.
Cut it off there. Oh, well, guess you'll never know.
Don't miss the next episode. We need to like end it on a cliffhanger. It was really cool, and yeah, you talked a lot about a lot of anime that I've heard about them. For example, Sagat's No Lion, but you really spiced up my curiosity in checking them out. And,
I'm glad to hear it. Yeah, you reminded me of a couple that I like intended to watch, like mostly. Especially like I really need to go back and watch Violet Evergarden. It's one of my friends' favorites as well.
Yeah, Violet
And
Evergarden.
certainly the Go one, if I'm ever to get into Go.
Hikaru no Go, yeah.
Need to watch that.
You're going to be surprised how many episodes do you think Hikaru no Go has?
112.
No, 75. It's like Bakuman. But, yeah, so, I need to get back to Hikaru no Go, sorry. We're redoing the entire stream. Hikaru no Go does one of the things I've seen better done by any manga or anime, which is usually when characters age, you have a time skip and the designs are very noticeable. In Hikaru no Go, characters are growing along the story, but it's very gradual. And you compare the design from the first episode to the last episode, and you're like, whoa, this is a completely different character. He went from a kid to a teenager, almost young adult. And watching the show, since it's like 1 year, 6 months later, you do not notice how much time has shifted. It is one of the best portrayals of the passage of time because it just passes without you noticing it.
Yeah, we were talking about how well that can be done. I love it when characters are giving like realistic amount of times to grow. Back to like Hero Academia, that one kind of frustrated me that it like that could have spanned so many years. Like,
yeah.
Time could have passed there, but I love it when the passage of time is done well.
Yeah, and Kratos is, yeah, you have a flashback, and it's so jarring to compare, like, wait, did the design change this much? I didn't notice. But yeah, Hikaru no Go does it well. Yeah, Boku no Hero definitely misses the mark there, and I feel like most shows miss the mark there. I think a lot of them go for the easy route, like Naruto, time skip 2 years, new designs for everyone, and that's it. Just a before and after time skip.
And at least that's something.
Yeah, it's better than nothing, true. But yeah, I think it's about time for us to wrap it up. Any final... Okay, before you add any final thoughts, any thoughts, I just want to say, if you are enjoying this, first, thank you so much for enduring this long. And if you're watching the VOD, how did you last 5 hours of VOD watching? But yeah, remember to leave a like if you want to support us, subscribe. Both me and Zirzon are both on YouTube and Twitch. We are both multi-streamer VTubers, and we're just a couple of cool guys. Some would say the coolest guys. Just doing our best here online and having a good time. Now I'm passing the mic over to my bro here, Zirzon, for some final words. Go, Zirzon.
Thank you so much for having me. We shared a lot here. You know, it's been quite a journey for each of us through the the passage of time with anime and everything else. So, yeah, thanks again. It's been a blast. Yeah, I don't know where else to go with this.
Okay, final tangent. You know how we are talking? So another tangent, but final one.
It's not over.
You know how we are talking about aging and everything? We need to set up a filter. When you do a 5-hour stream, our hair will slightly turn gray along the stream. And it's like the stream was so long that we aged during the stream itself.
Yeah, we just slowly move the slider like further and further gray.
Yes. And adding some like wrinkles on the horizon and such. That would be actually such a great idea.
It's been 10,000 years, Nando.
Could you say that again? I can hear you properly, Zirzon.
It's been 10,000 years.
10,000
But yeah, it's always a fun time hanging out with you. Thanks for having Ella. I can't talk. We've been talking too long.
Yeah,
man.
and thanks for being here.
Yeah, thanks for having me on your channel. And yeah, thanks to everyone in chat for hanging out and sharing your own takes. Also, feel free to share your own anime 3x3s on I don't know,
on Discord,
Twitter,
on Twitter,
Nando's Discord,
or just write 9 anime on the comments of the YouTube video. Like my 9 would be.
True. Just comment down below.
Yeah, you can create an image. You can comment. Just you do you, but please share. And remember, the criteria is not your favorites, but the most influential. So we won't judge you for having Sword Art Online there.
Maybe a little bit.
Maybe a little bit.
Maybe a little.
Hi.
Just a tiny bit.
Oh, let me just check. Is there? Let me just check if there's anyone I'm comfortable with raiding on Twitch. I can't raid on YouTube yet. Primo is not streaming. Okay, we can my good VTuber friend Axelski, he's streaming Outlast while drunk. I think so I have no idea what's going on over there. So do not hold me accountable. But he is a great guy. I just don't know how things are going there. I'm going to raid.
Should be fine. Should be fine.
Yeah. Let me just copy and paste here. Yeah, and that was it for today. And yeah, about to cut it. Thank you so much for people who joined us over on YouTube and Twitch, and thank you, Zirzon, for being here.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye, everyone. Let's cut this.
Farewell.
Farewell. Where's the... Okay, here's the button.